Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Uncivil Law, where we learn through the misfortunes of others. As always, I'm your host, Uncivil Law, a licensed attorney in Texas, Virginia, and before the U.S. Supreme Court, and I hope you're having a great day. We are continuing our coverage of the Chad Daybell trial. We are in the midst of phase one of jury selection, so today is going to be a lot like yesterday. We're going to bring in groups of people and ask them some questions, and then do individual questioning of people we have concerns about to get people that we think are passed for cause. So far, we have 20 people who have made it past the panels in the 2 days that we've been covering. It appears they're trying to get to 50. So our expectation is that this will be the same as yesterday and the same as tomorrow, that this process is continuing. And then next week, presumably, we move into phase two, wherein presumably we will do some sort of combination of perhaps further group interviews, and we will do much more individualized interview, I would imagine, in somewhat excruciating detail because it's a death penalty case, as the lawyers decide whether or not to seat particular jurors, and they decide to use their preemptory challenges. So that's where we're at. And that process will probably take till the end of next week, or at least that is the expectation. So trial is a little bit away at this point, and then we have 8 weeks, or 10 weeks or 8 weeks of trial. I'm not sure exactly how we're counting that at that point, but either way, a lot. So that's where we're sitting. We also have the continuing words of Chad Daybell to entertain us in between breaks. Very exciting. I'm not sure how many strikes they each get. It's a very good question. I'm not sure. I don't know the answer to that question. So, yeah. I assume it's a fair number. I mean, logic would dictate, well, yeah, I don't know. Probably a lot. But I'm not sure what the number of preemptory strikes is. Thank you for saying I look good. I literally just came back from the gym, literally just walked back in the door, took off my gym shirt and just put on a polo. So I looked a little bit more presentable. But yeah, I went to the gym this morning and just got back. One of the nice things, incidentally, this trial being in Idaho, it means because they're an hour behind me, it means I don't have to get up, extremely early, like we do if it was an East Coast trial. So good for me. And if Koberger goes to trial, even better, because it'll be further behind me. So that'll be nice. 2 hours behind me. So that'll be nice. So I am pleased by this. So I can continue my morning gym thing and still be at my desk at 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock their time. So exciting. Hello, Melanie, Jinx, Jessica, LEB. Is the gym making me feel really good? It's a mix. I am going with Nate the lawyer. Nate the lawyer lives near me. That's one of the reasons I moved to Houston in the first place, because Nate the lawyer moved to Houston from New York about 6 months ago, give or take at this point. And one of the reasons I moved to Houston in the first place was to be closer to him. And we had talked about going to the gym, and now we're actually doing it. So we're going 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And I would probably almost certainly not be going if I didn't have him going with me, which, is nice. And he said the same thing, incidentally. He said the same thing. It's like, I don't want to go to the gym, but the fact that you're going makes me want to go. I'm like, cool. So we're in the same boat, you and me. We're simpatico. Neither of us wants to be here. Both of us are forcing the other one to be here. And we're both happy for it. So, yeah. Good morning from Boise. Glad to see you here. Yeah, having someone to go with has made it easier. As we don't even work out together, which is once we're there, which I guess is sort of funny, right? I imagine at some point in the future we'll be doing workouts more together, But for the moment, we go there, we each do our own thing, and then we leave at the same time. And so it's like, I don't know, man. It's just the psychological. It's just that, I guess, that little element of accountability. I guess it's like, you know, yeah. So I wouldn't have gone this morning if I didn't have to go with Nate. I wouldn't have gone. It's like, yeah. So we both know it's in our interest to go. Neither of us wants to go. Both of us are forcing the other to go. And it's a weird psychology, but what can you do? It's just the way things are. Psychology is weird sometimes. You're getting 18 inches of snow in Maine? That sounds rough. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to post my workout, actually. I forgot to actually post it. So let me go ahead and do that real fast. I like to post it to my community tab so you guys can follow along. Get to the point where I like it? Maybe. Maybe I will. Okay. Cool. Today's workout is now posted to my community tab, so you can check that out to see what I did today. Am I doing both cardio and weights? Yes, I do about 9 minutes. I have this wonderful app called Fitbod, and it helps me select my workouts. And I tell it I want to do 45 minutes of workout. So the first 9 minutes of the workout is cardio. Today I did something, I'm not 100% sure what it was. It was like an elliptical, but different. It might have been an arc machine, I'm not sure. But either way, I did 9 minutes of that, and it was good. So.
Morning, everyone. We're back on the record on case CR 222116. State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. We are continuing with jury selection, including small group and individual voir dire this morning. Our court will note that the state is present, represented by the prosecution. The defense is present, represented by the defense attorney, Mr. Pryor, as well as the defendant here present. Are the parties ready to proceed with voir dire this morning, beginning with the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. We will go ahead and have the bailiffs bring in our jury group. I'll please remind everybody in attendance here today that we are subject to the court's courtroom conduct order, so please make sure any of your devices are silenced or turned off. They'll be taken by the marshals if they cause an interruption. And counsel, I'll just also remind you to please not have, well, never mind. We'll go through the voir dire individuals once the jurors are brought in here, and I'll confirm that we are broadcasting at this point. Is that correct? Okay, so we're on the record broadcasting. I'll advise the jurors of that when they come in. And so we'll have the jury cut. All right.
Yeah, I guess it's just a weird looking elliptical. Yeah, because I'm just on the website for Matrix, who makes the device. And I think it's just a weird looking elliptical machine. Yeah. Okay.
Time's all present, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Please be seated.
So yes, I did an elliptical in some sort of strange elliptical machine. Is a gym in my apartment complex. I do have a gym in my apartment complex, but that's not where I'm working out. Snap a photo a day before your workout.
We are on the record.
Well, you guys see me on camera every single day, so
1623 State of Idaho versus Chad Guy.
I'm not sure I need to snap a photo. You guys see me on camera every single day, so I think we're fine.
Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
All right.
I don't really like the elliptical machine I was on today, to be honest. I gave it a try because it's like, what the hell is this machine?
Is there any objection to the manner
But I don't
in which
really
the
like it.
jury
I think I'm just going to
panel
go back to
has
the
been
traditional
seated
elliptical.
today?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Any objection from the defense?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, thank you for returning this morning. You've been recalled as prospective jurors.
They also have this one that's like a hand thing.
I'll reintroduce
That's cardio.
my court staff
It's
again.
like these, just
And
these
myself,
handles
I'm
that you
Stephen
hold
W.
and you spin
Boyce,
with
the
just your
district
arms.
judge for Fremont
It's a
County,
cardio
Idaho,
thing.
And I'm in charge of the courtroom in this trial.
I don't.
The
Maybe I'll give that a try.
assisting
I
me,
don't know.
Today, Shannon Holstein is here and she's keeping minutes of the trial proceedings and will also administer oaths to you as jurors. We have our courtroom marshals here also assisting in maintaining courtroom order and helping the jurors move about where they're supposed to go. Our court reporter is Mary Fox, who is taking a stenographic record of all the proceedings today, and she's seated down here to my left. And then over against the wall to my right, Courtney Stallings is my staff attorney, and she assists me with legal research and administrative issues that come
The
up
new town so
throughout the
far is
day.
going okay. Not much to write home about,
Each of
but
you has been qualified
being
to
near Nate
serve
has
as
been
a
nice
juror of
because
this court.
it's nice to have a
You fill
friend.
out a questionnaire that's been reviewed
that's a plus.
by the court and the attorneys, and it's been determined to recall you for further questioning today.
Yeah, it's kind of like a bike
First
for
thing
your
we do in
arms.
a
That's
trial
what.
is
That's a good
select
analogy.
jurors.
It looks
In
like
this
a bike
case,
for your
12
arms
jurors
and
6 alternates for a total of
seems to
18
operate like a
jurors
bike for your arms.
from
Yeah.
among the group we've summoned. The clerk will now call the roll of the jury using your red card. So
Thank you
each
for
have
the
a red
thumbnail
card as your
compliment.
name's called. Please
The
raise
thumbnail
that
was
and
designed by our
indicate
good
that
mod,
you're
Tony.
present,
Kick ass.
verbally for our record, please. Madam Clerk.
Juror number 823.
Here.
Juror number 1198.
Here.
Juror 1204.
Here.
Juror 1242.
Here.
Juror 1251. Here. Juror 1320. Juror 1332.
Castrol also has
Juror
access
1358.
to our thumbnail
Juror
creation tool.
1365.
So anytime Castrol would
Juror
like to create
1378.
thumbnails, would also be
Juror
fine.
1379.
Love you, Castrol. Good morning.
Juror 1392. Juror 1424.
Here.
Juror 1535.
Here.
Juror 1541. Present. Juror 1585. Thank you.
All right, thank you for returning. The court will advise the jurors that we are broadcasting this proceeding on the court's official YouTube channel for public access. Also, the courtroom is open. However, there are no cameras pointed towards or making any photography of you as jurors. However, your voices are subject to that broadcast. I'll next
Aww.
introduce you.
Well,
to
we hope Tony gets
the case
better.
and the
Oh, you
parties
mean
at
he's
this time.
he's snowed in? Well,
In
either
this
way.
case,
Wait a second.
the
If Tony
case
is snowed in,
has
then
been
why
brought
isn't
by
he
the
here?
state
He has
of
nothing else to
Idaho.
do, right?
I'll sometimes
He's trapped in
refer
his
to the
house.
state as the prosecution. Counsel, as I list your names, you may stand briefly. So the state is represented here by Lindsay Blake.
Yeah. I will definitely speak to the virtue of elliptical over treadmill every day. Like, man, especially with my body weight, I don't need that high impact from a treadmill. You know, that's just a disaster. I don't need all that weight just hitting on my joints. So the elliptical will be fine.
This case is a criminal matter, meaning the
Or
defendant
a
is
bike.
charged by the state
Biking
of
is
Idaho
also
with a
fine.
violation of the law.
But yeah,
As
treadmill is
previously
right
read to you,
out.
summary
I do not need all that
charges in the
impact
amended
on my
indictment when you were here
joints.
last week to complete your questionnaires. With regard to the defendant, the state of Idaho has alleged that Chad Daybell committed the following crimes. Count 1.
I've tried the rowing machine before.
First degree
The rowing
murder
machine is
and
pretty
grand theft
intense.
by deception. Count 2, first degree murder. Count 3, conspiracy to commit first degree murder and grand theft by deception.
Oh, yeah, the rowing machine's pretty
Count
intense.
4,
That's an
first-degree
intense
murder.
workout.
Count 5, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 6, first-degree murder.
We'll work our way back up to
insurance
rowing.
fraud. Count
That'll be
9,
fine.
Insurance fraud.
I've done it in the past for sure,
Mr.
but
Daybell has pled not guilty.
we'll
to
work
the
our way back
charges.
up towards that.
Please
I think
remember,
elliptical and
that
biking will
simply
be
a
fine for
description
our
of
present
charges
purposes.
is not evidence. Under our law and system of justice, every defendant is presumed to be innocent. This means two things. First, the state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty. The state has that burden throughout the trial. The
Yeah.
defendant is never required
Yeah.
to prove his innocence. nor
As
does the
they say,
defendant
don't let the
ever have to
perfect be the
produce
enemy of the
any
good.
evidence at
Is
all.
rowing better? Probably it
Second,
is,
the
but
state
you know,
must prove the alleged crime
given the
beyond
fact that I'm a
reasonable
bit
doubt.
out of shape,
A
and
reasonable
given the
doubt is
fact
not a mere
that, you know, I'm
possible
just
or
trying to get back into
imaginary
the
doubt.
gym,
It is a doubt
you know, you
based
don't want
on
to burn
reason and
someone
common
out.
sense.
That's also really
It
important.
may arise
You don't
from
want to,
careful
when you go
and
to the gym, you don't want
consideration
to
of all the
like
evidence or
push
from a
them
lack of
too
evidence.
hard, because
If
then
after
they'll just burn
considering all
out,
the
and that's
evidence
sort of
you have a reasonable
counterproductive.
doubt about the defendant's
So
guilt,
you
must
sort of
find the
want to
defendant
start
not guilty.
relatively slow,
The duty of the jury
so that
is
it's
to determine
doable.
the
You want
facts
you want to
and
get some
then apply the
victories
law
under
set
your
forth
belt,
in the
however much it is.
instructions
You
that
know,
will later give you to those
you know,
facts.
I've literally heard of
In this
people.
way, you will decide the case.
You know, I've literally heard of people when they tell their success
In applying the
stories.
court's instructions
It's like,
as to the
I
controlling
started
law,
by
you must
literally
follow
just
those
going to
instructions
the gym,
regardless of your opinion
and that
of
was
what
the
law is,
accomplishment.
what the law should
I
be,
went
or
there,
what any lawyer
and like
says
I sat on
the
a
law
bench,
may be.
and then I left.
During the course of this trial,
And that's how
including
it
the jury
started.
selection process, you are
And I'm like,
instructed
you know
that
what?
are not to discuss this case among yourselves or
If
with anyone
that's
else,
all you can do,
including any use of
if
email,
all you can do
text
is literally
messaging,
go to the gym,
social
sit on a
media,
bench, and then leave,
or any
I
other
mean,
form of
at least it's
communication,
something.
electronic or otherwise.
It's progress, man.
Do not
Progress is
conduct
good.
Any personal
And
investigation
you know,
or look
so
up
I've
any
heard success
information
stories
from
like
any
that.
source, including the internet. Do not form an opinion as to the merits of the case.
I
until
heard a
after the
success
case
story. I
has
think
been
I heard it from
submitted to
Tony
you
Robbins,
for
where
your
this guy
determination.
was like 600 pounds or something truly
At this time, then, I
ridiculous.
am going to ask
And he couldn't
our
even
clerk
get out of his
administer
bed to
an
use the
oath to the
bathroom.
jury
He was so
panel.
heavy.
The jury
And
panel
he
will be
started
sworn
in
for
bed
one-hour
with literally just a
examination.
can of
If each of
corn
you would please stand at this time
And he would
raise your
lift
right
the
hands,
can of
I'll have that
corn.
oath administered.
in bed and then put it back down. Just like lift the can
You
of
solemnly
corn and
swear
put it back
or
down.
affirm that you
And that's how it
truthfully answer
started.
Such questions as may be asked of you by court
So, you know,
counsel, touching upon
yeah.
your qualifications to sit as a trial juror in a cause now on trial, so help you God. Yes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Be seated. I'll note for the record, each one of these jurors did.
We are
Thank
nowhere
you.
close to picking a jury, by the way. For the person who asked, we are nowhere close to picking a jury. We are still deep into phase one, and we'll be there for at least the rest of the week at this
Will the state
pace.
stipulate that these jurors have been properly called and impaneled?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Will the defense stipulate as well?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you, counsel. The court will also note that the jurors, each 7 of the 17, has completed a juror affirmation indicating they've not, or they have followed the court's admonishment to not look into the case.
And we're doing a little bit more than just showing up. I mean, we're doing okay. Today I was doing 70-pound skull crush. When you lay, that's what it's called. You take a 70-pound barbell, and they have those fixed, as I'm sure you know in a gym. They have these fixed barbells that are just those weights, like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, up to like 100 usually. So I took the 70-pound fixed barbell and lay flat on my back,
to serve as jurors
and
in
do
this
this.
particular case. This
Up
part of the case
and
is known
towards
as
the
the
skull.
Bourdire
Up
examination.
towards the skull.
Bourdire
It's called a
is
skull
an ancient
crusher.
Anglo-Norman term dating back
So I was doing
hundreds of years
70-pound
to the
skull
origins
crushers,
of
and
common
then I was
law.
doing like,
And in Old French, it simply means to speak the truth. Bourdire
You know,
examination is for the purpose of
130-pound
determining if your
flies
decision
or
in this
Delft
case
flies.
would in any way be influenced by opinions which you
using
now
a machine.
hold,
So we're making
or by
progress.
some
We're doing
personal
okay.
experience or special knowledge you may have concerning the subject matter to be tried. The object is to obtain 12 persons who will impartially try the issues of this case upon the evidence presented in this courtroom without being influenced by any other factors. Please understand this questioning is not just for the
We can do
purpose of
gym
prying
talk.
into your personal affairs,
We can do gym
but
talk for a
only
while.
the
It's fine.
purpose of
I like gym
obtaining
talk.
an impartial jury.
We can talk a little bit more about what I did
Whenever
today.
you need to answer a question, please hold up your red card. And when
As
you're
I look
called
at my
upon to
log.
speak, you may identify yourself. with
Log-
that
the
red
log
card
te- the
number.
log tells
You won't
all.
be using your names
So we
through any
did
stage
skull
of these
crushers,
proceedings.
10 at 40, 10 at
Because
50,
this
10 at 60,
proceeding
10 at
is
70.
being
So we were working our way
reported
up.
by our court
Then I
reporter.
did machine rear delt
Please
fly, 10 at
Make
70,
verbal
and then
responses to
3
any
sets of
questions, such
10
as
at
yes or no, and
115.
Try not to just shake your head.
Did
or
back
say,
extension,
or
3 sets of
because
10
then we
at
don't get a clear
220,
record of what's stated.
and then the cable
In
upright row
addition,
to work my
Try not to
triceps.
talk at the same time as
10 at
any
50, and
attorney
then
that may
4
be
times
questioning
7
you
at
in
50.
court, again, so we keep a clear record. If you
So,
have any
That is what we did today.
response that you think
Plus,
is too personal,
the
or
9
would be
minutes on the
embarrassing
strange
to
elliptical
discuss in
machine.
public, or for whatever reason you don't want that to be addressed publicly, you can tell us and we will discuss that in a more private setting outside the presence of others in the courtroom and individually. Also, if you have answers to any questions that you think may prejudice any other prospective jurors or any of the participants in this trial, please refrain from those comments until we can arrange again to have you discuss that outside the presence of other jurors. Also, if you have knowledge of this case from pretrial media coverage or publicity, please don't start talking about any facts of what you may know. We'll discuss that with you individually again so that other jurors don't hear the information that you may already have.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad for a
I'll now
start. I
read
mean,
to you a special
it's reasonable.
instruction that's being given
And we were
in this
actually doing
case.
squats the other day. True squats,
follows.
which I hadn't done those in a
The
while.
defendant, Chad
So that was
Daybell,
interesting,
has
trying to
been
do squats with a
charged in the
barbell.
amended indictment with certain counts of
But I did
entering
those the
into
other
a
day.
conspiracy with Lori
And,
Vallow Daybell and or Alex Cox. The crime of
That was on
conspiracy
Monday,
involves an
where I
agreement
did
by 2 or
4
more
times
persons to
5 at
commit crimes.
125.
You must only consider the evidence against the defendant in this case
So,
and should not speculate
it's
as to
something.
any other case or
It's a
legal
start.
proceedings involving the alleged co-conspirators. You must remember that the defendant has the presumption of innocence, and you must consider his guilt or innocence based
Do an
solely
easy bar
on the
curl
evidence
on
provided
Monday.
in this case.
8 times
That
40,
concludes the court's special instruction.
7 times 60, 7 times 60, and then
At this
7
time,
times 70,
I'll
7
instruct
times
the
70
attorneys to
for a
please
barbell
avoid
curl.
repeating questions already asked in
you
efficiency.
know,
And
it's a
the
start.
attorneys do have the right, however, to direct follow-up questions to a juror's responses. The jury should be aware that during and following the voir dire examination, one or more of you may be challenged. Each side has challenges, what are called for cause, which means that each side can ask that a juror be excused for a specific reason. In addition, each side has a certain number of peremptory challenges, by which I mean each side can challenge a juror and ask that he or she be excused without giving a reason for the dismissal. If you are excused by either side, please do not feel offended or don't feel like
Squats
your
are good to
honesty
make
and
the butt
integrity
look
has
good.
been
That is true.
questioned, because it has not.
Yeah. Squats
And
are a
in
very good
addition,
exercise if you want your butt to look
if
good.
you are excused
This gym in
and you are approached
particular
by
has
anyone
machines designed
after your
specifically
excusal that
to
wants
make your butt
talk
look good.
about case with
They've
you,
got machines built
once you are
specifically for that.
dismissed, you are excused
So
from
if your goal is to work
service,
your
and you can
glutes,
do
they got
that.
machines
However, please
directly
bear in
for
mind
you.
that we are in the
So they got
process
that
of trying to
covered
screen
now.
impartial jurors. You don't have to talk to anyone who may question you, and if you do so, please respect the opinions of your fellow jurors, and also bear in mind that we're trying to keep down publicity in the case until a jury is selected. At this time, I am going to begin the court's own voir dire, after which the attorneys will be given an opportunity to make their own voir dire inquiries. When I'm questioning jurors, please pay attention to what's being asked, because you may be recalled
Am I happy to be out of Virginia?
questions. The first question I'll ask of the entire panel is as follows.
There's nothing wrong
Is the
about Virginia.
information
There was just
provided
nothing
in
left for
your
me
juror
in Virginia
information
at the
forms
time.
still true
So I wouldn't
and
oppose
accurate,
I wouldn't
and in
oppose to be going
addition,
back to
are your
Virginia. It was
responses in
fine,
your
but
questionnaire
there's just
true
no
and
reason for
accurate
me
as
to
well?
stay in Virginia.
If you believe that's all still true and accurate information, please raise your red card. All right, thank you. We've got juror 1332 that did not raise your card. Is there something that you would need to correct or clarify in your
It
question?
wasn't feeling very well when I got this paper and they asked me to fill it out. Looking back, yeah, there were a few answers.
Okay, that's fine. It was a long questionnaire. I understand. We can talk to you about that probably individually or maybe further in a group, but we'll
Yeah, I have nothing against
return to
Virginia.
that. Thank you for notifying us.
Virginia's a
of
fun
that.
state.
The next question,
Judge?
Yes.
I apologize for the interruption, but I saw 1378 did not raise his card, and I thought maybe he has some issues as well.
oh, thank you, Mr. Pryor. I didn't notice that.
I just wanted to state that my work is to say that I would get compensation for being on jury if I have to. I answered that I couldn't do that. I wasn't sure, but they
Did
said
I have
that
matches from speed dating? Not this
Okay,
time.
well, thank you for that.
No,
follow-up
no matches
information
from
as well.
speed dating this time.
That will,
But that's okay.
Lead us into the next question, and I'll ask.
We try
if this
again,
applies to you,
man.
Raise your red card.
Dating is hard, but at least we're getting
I
out
want to
there.
discuss the time commitment required.
At least you're
for
getting
jury
out
service
there.
In this case, so if you are
And you know,
required to serve as a
that's
juror,
improvement to not
it's going
doing
to
it.
be for
So
a
hey,
period of approximately 8 to 10 weeks.
the very fact I
question is
went
whether or not that
and tried is a
timeframe
start.
Or amount of time would create a serious hardship upon you.
There were a couple girls
or your
that I thought I
family,
clicked
or your
with, so I
business
was a
or
little bit
profession or
disappointed.
Occupation. So as
Because
to
there were a
prevent
couple
you from
girls that I
rendering
thought we had a
service
bit
as
of
fair
a
and
something going
impartial
on.
juror in this case.
But
If you think
I
you may
guess
suffer
not.
hardship based on the length of the trial, please
That
raise
could be
your
for
red
any
card.
number of reasons. Maybe I'm too old. Maybe I'm too fat.
Okay, if you can
There's
keep
any number
those
of
held
reasons
up
it
for a
could be,
moment,
but
we'll note down
you know, I was a little
who we've
disappointed.
got. All right, we're going to go through individually and talk to each of you about this at this time. And the court in this stage of the proceedings will allow for attorney for Dyer also on the issue of hardship. So the first juror we'll speak to is juror 1535.
I know who you are. You're getting banned too.
I may have written that number down wrong. Do we not have that?
Got it right, 1535.
Okay, thanks. I was in a different order here. Let's talk to you first then, juror number 1535. You
Martin,
raise
I
your
don't care what name you
red
use.
card.
I will
We'll
continue
discuss
banning you.
the
Please
length
go
of the
away.
trial. What's your concern about a possible hardship if you had to serve?
The provider for my family. If I take that much time off, I don't know if I have enough money to pay the mortgage or any of that, and I don't have any vacation time until the end of the summer.
Have you had a chance to discuss with your employer the possibility of serving?
Shot of
whether or
vinegar
not
and a
there's
glass
any
of
way
water at
that
night?
you receive
For
any
what purpose?
compensation if you are serving?
I haven't asked him about compensation.
Why would I take a shot of
but
water and a glass?
he
Why would I take a
knows
shot of
that
vinegar
I'm
and a
here
glass of
today,
water? For
officer.
what purpose would I do that?
We don't need to get into too many details, but is this a small company, a big company? How many employees total are in your
I
company?
would say there's about 20 of us.
Okay, so small business.
Yes.
Thank you, Sledge and Wedge, for being a member for 37
And
months. We
you
do
are
appreciate it.
concerned Then, if I'm understanding that if you're required to serve, you may just be going without.
And thank you,
paycheck
Mountain
during that
Princess,
period.
for being a member
Yeah.
for 10 months. We do
Are
appreciate
you
that
a
as
sole
well.
provider, or is this your sole
We
source
do
of
appreciate
income?
all the people who join and support the
My
channel.
wife works part-time.
All right. Follow up from council, please, beginning with the state.
No follow-up, Your Honor. I think given that information, the state would challenge this juror for hardship.
All right, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, I would agree that this is a hardship.
All right, juror 1535, if you're in that kind of an employment situation, given the length of this trial, I do believe that would create a hardship for you to be out of work that long. So the court will grant the state's request without objection to strike 1535 on the basis of a hardship. Thank you for returning this morning, and thank you for filling out your questionnaire last week. You can submit that questionnaire, please, to the bailiff on your way out, and you are excused from jury service.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
What advice would I give to someone who wants to exercise but can't find motivation? That's rough, man. That is rough. Finding someone to go with helps a lot, but then of course finding someone that you can rely on is
Obviously,
very,
being a
very
little out of order
tricky.
here, but we'll next talk to, I believe, 1541 also. Okay,
I feel you, man. I really feel you. It's hard. The fact that I live near someone who wants to go with me and supports me is a huge boon to me.
Administrator and a temp, and then 4 days going out for surgery. So my hardship would be my team at work. For that long period, and she has.
The only other thing I could think to do would be gamify it in some way. That if you do it, then you can give yourself some sort of reward, or if you don't do it, you give yourself some sort of penalty. But I haven't found that to be particularly helpful, but maybe it'll be good for you.
Your employer is the county, correct?
Vinegar helps to break up fat.
Okay.
Okay. Noted, I suppose. Thank you, Sledge and Wedge.
And could you repeat, please, the information that's beyond the employment concerns?
My team is considered of 3 of us, and our administrator left us. We're hiring one, hoping to find out the administrator at the end of this week.
Got myself a breakfast baconator. I'm hungry.
Contracting technician has had a back surgery on April 18th. She'll be out for 3 weeks. We are hiring a temporary employee to help and assist us, and she starts April 8th. So they'll be really short-handed if I'm here between those 8 to 10 weeks.
I did see a news thing that apparently Costco is starting to stock Ozempic or something. So I could look into that, I guess.
Your Honor, given that information, the state does not have any additional questions. We would actually make a challenge to this juror based on hardship, given the information she provided.
All right, Mr. Pryor, response from the defense.
And Judge, I know it's not relevant because she probably wouldn't be on jury service before that, but I understand her stepdaughter has a graduation Friday as well.
Oh, yes, that is correct.
Apparently an earthquake has hit Taiwan.
And falls in the morning
So
as
Judge,
well.
given that, I think it's appropriate to excuse her.
All right, considering the request for an excusal for hardship and a motion to strike made by the state without objection, the court will grant the request. And juror 1541, you're excused from service. Please leave your questionnaire with the bailiff. Thank you for taking the time to complete your questionnaire. Let's next go to juror 1585. So I know in your questionnaire, you did raise some concerns, but also didn't think it would be a hardship.
What are my thoughts on carnivore diet?
Sitting here
I have no
today
particular
is a
thoughts.
hardship.
I'm not educated enough to have an opinion.
Previously, I didn't think it would be a hardship to be here because I thought I could finish my semester online. But my instructors let me know that that wouldn't be possible. I'm a full-time college student and I would like to finish this semester because I only have 1 more to go. And obviously being here would delay that and put me to school for another semester. So.
Okay, where are you in terms of progress through the you're currently in a semester right now?
Yes.
And when is that scheduled to be done?
Beginning of May.
All right, if you were out for these 10 weeks, then you would essentially lose the semester.
Correct.
All right, any follow-up questions from the state?
No, Your Honor, we also had a note here to follow up on that hardship. I think given that additional information, the state would make a motion to remove this juror for cause based on hardship.
All right, response from the defense.
And Judge, in addition, if I'm not mistaken, she also, and I'm not trying to expose information, you have a 7-year-old son, from what I understand.
3.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry?
Yeah, 3 years.
Oh, it's a 3-year-old?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. That more, I guess, more of the case. So not only does she have her education that she has to be concerned about, also having to, I was under the impression it was a 7-year-old. My memory must not be as good as I thought. A 3-year-old son, so I would just move for hardship as well, Judge.
All right, I've considered that. Noting in the questionnaire, it wasn't initially listed as a hardship, but I guess upon further consideration, the jurors thought about that and the prospect of losing a whole semester of school, in addition to these other issues brought up without objection from either side, the court would agree, juror 1588, that would constitute a hardship. So thank you for coming in and filling out your questionnaire. You can be excused with thanks to the court. Let's next talk to juror 1198. Okay, you did list some information in your questionnaire about the hardship. If you'd like to explain what information you have in addition.
I've started a job recently in the last few weeks. I guess twofold concerns. So just recently starting a job, I only have access to the person who I am replacing for just a few weeks. So just concerned that a lot of the knowledge that I should be learning will leave with the person that I'm replacing. So that's the first concern. Speaking with HR at my company, I'm only compensated for 2 weeks of jury service, and I am a sole proprietor for kids.
All right, follow up from the state.
Your Honor, the state also had a note to follow up on that hardship and specifically what he'd indicated. I believe there was also an indication of a soccer tournament in May, a triathlon in April.
I have since not done a triathlon, but yes, I have 2 children doing soccer.
Is that still a concern for you as well?
Yes, because I believe there will be some Fridays.
Your Honor, I think given the work hardship as well as the obligations to the family hardship, the state would make a motion to remove this juror for cause based on hardship.
All right, request or response from the defense.
Judge, I would have also moved for excusal based on hardships also.
All right, the court's considered that with the explanation from this juror that may only receive pay for a 2-week period, and given the length of the trial and that he's a sole provider of income for the family, the court does find that there's been an expressed hardship requiring your excusal. So juror 1198, thank you for coming in and completing your questionnaire. You can be excused.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
The breakfast baconator was quite nice. I've never had one before. Very tasty. Recommended.
Juror number 1242. In your questionnaire, you didn't list any type of hardship. Can you explain?
Yes, Your Honor, I think when I had taken the test.
I'm not sure what
I
sauce they have on there, but it's really nice. Some sort of like, it's got a little spice in it, just a little kick. It's pleasant.
As well, I've got 2 concerns. Number one is the hardship of work. I did have a chance to speak with my HR department, and although they grant me the time off to attend and participate in the jury, I would receive no compensation.
Oatmeal can be fun too. Oatmeal's a good meal.
$25,000 in income. I'm 63.
It's good to have things in balance.
Single, and that would have a high impact.
You can't have baconators all the time.
My potential retirement as well as my personal savings. My second concern is that last year,
probably not a good
June,
idea.
I was diagnosed with systemic lupus erythematosus, which is an autoimmune disorder. And part of the circumstances of that disease is that they have certain triggers and things like that.
Will this trial go quicker since Laura's already convicted? No. It'll go slower, if anything.
And, result in hair loss, full body rashes, extreme fatigue and nausea, inability to participate pretty much in anything. And so my concern with that is that I believe that the stress and the anxiety that I've experienced
some kind of hollandaise
in this case would potentially impact my
some kind of hollandaise, yeah.
And that could make me unable to participate
at all. I could, a bad day for me could last 3 to 5 to 7 days. Since my diagnosis last June, I've had 3 flare-ups. The first one lasted over 2 months. That's the first time I'd lost all my hair and such like that. Second one was in October and November of last year. And the
Hey,
last one
Potato, I
experienced
appreciate
was
the
in
offer, and
January
maybe at a later
of
time
this
that would be
year.
more attractive.
And that
But
was
right
about
now, I
5 to
have a
7 days
plan that is
stint.
working for me
It's something
because
that
I have
no
an app, and the
control
app
over,
tells me what to do, and I've
managed
decided
my
to obey
diet,
the app.
my lifestyle.
So
to
I appreciate the
avoid
offer, but I have a
stressful
plan that's working, and I'm going to
situations.
continue
I also
following
have
the
to
plan
avoid
for the
sunlight
foreseeable
and
future.
heat, and exhaustion. And so between the loss of the income, I am a sole provider in my house. I don't have a family, but at this time I also have an elderly dog who's been diagnosed with
Hello,
a
Sarah.
large part, and she is on her last, probably her last year with family. She requires medication 2 times a day. And so I basically am the sole care provider for her. I work from home because of what my disease now. Had I needed to report to an office, I would need to go onto disability because I'm just too inconsistent. I approached my doctor on Monday to write a letter to the court explaining my circumstances. And unfortunately, I was not able to get that this morning. They were not open on my way in. But I would be happy to provide that written doctor's notice to you regarding my disease, as well as the hardship of my loss of income.
All right, Jared, 1242, thank you for the explanation. Does the state have any follow-up for Dyer?
No, Your Honor. I think given all the information provided, the state would make a motion to have this juror removed for cause based on hardship.
All right, response from the defense?
I also move for exclusion of cause.
All right, thank you. Juror 1242, for the reasons you've explained on the record, the court does find that would constitute a hardship of service for both the medical issue as well as financial. Court will excuse you from service. Thank you for coming in and completing your questionnaire.
Thank you, John.
You're welcome. Oh, we have a card going up on juror 1204.
I would like to add my number as possible hardship, as I did enter information on the question here about possible hardship.
Okay, we'll come back to you then in a moment. Let's talk to juror 1332 next.
Does he have a question?
Yeah, I'm looking at your questionnaire, juror 1332. You filled out on that part of the questionnaire and did talk about a potential hardship here. Would you like to explain that to the court this time?
Well, my hardship is basically my husband. He's a sole income for our family. We live here.
Yeah,
together.
it's
We don't
nice
know
when we have a
anybody,
positive
and
chat.
He works in the middle of nowhere. He's on a specific.
It's nice
diet,
when we
and I
don't
to
have the
prepare
trolls.
And pack all of his food for however long he's gonna be gone. And he works on somewhat of a fireman's schedule. When the machine breaks, he has to go. So it gives us not much time, and it's kind of like being always on call.
All right, if you were able to be home each day late in the afternoon, would that give you adequate time to help prepare those meals for your husband?
You know, it's not something I can say definitely, because he could get a call at 9 o'clock at night. He could get a call at 6 o'clock in the morning. He could get a call anytime. He doesn't only work in Idaho. He works in Oregon, Washington, Nevada, and California, and Idaho. And travels through the whole Pacific Northwest on he works on giant inverter machines that transfer power to the utilities. And they're not happy when their machines go down, but other than the 2 plants he takes care of in Idaho, all the other plants are 6 hours at least one way.
All right, during the course of the trial, do you think there's a way that if you were unavailable to prepare his meals, he might be able to prepare some of those meals on his
No, he
own.
would take whatever's in the refrigerator, throw it in his lunch pack, and who knows, you know, because he's in the middle of nowhere where he's working, he can't just hop in the car, or it's time for lunch, you know, go to town and get a sandwich. Like, he's on a special diet and he can't eat out. So he gets really sick when he does. And I work really hard to keep him healthy and keep us going. And, you know, he's older now, and it would be nice if he could really retire when he turns 65, but that's not the case anymore.
All right, any follow-up, board member from the state,
I have no follow-up, Your Honor, thank you.
from the defense?
And ma'am, from what I understand, and again, I'm going off memory, but 41 years of marriage. So
Coming
yeah,
up on 42, we've been together almost 45.
please
So
forgive me, we're about disclosing we're about the same age, and this has been a lifelong partner.
our whole adult life.
And one of the concerns is also in the event that you're sequestered, and you understand what that means, locked up and having to consider something.
Couldn't handle it. Couldn't handle it.
You basically have been inseparable for 41 years.
Absolutely.
And not only would that cause you a distraction and not be able to process what needs to be processed in this case.
Absolutely.
Would there be a concern? I don't even have to ask. I guess there would be a great concern about how your husband was doing it.
Absolutely.
And that would be a significant distraction for you.
Absolutely.
Given that, Judge, I'm going to move for cause to have this juror excused. I think this is a significant hardship.
All right, I've considered the hardship expressed with juror 1332. I'll grant the strike from both parties here. So 1332, you're excused. Thank you for filling out your questionnaire and coming in. Level 4. I believe you also had something you wanted to discuss. Is that correct?
I just have a family vacation, June 15th, which I think it's fall. I know the time frame, depending on when the trial starts.
All right, I'll defer more to counsel. They are the ones that would know best on trial length. It's my understanding we should be done by June 15th, but if the state has any follow-up to address any concerns about that time frame on this June 15th vacation, we can follow up with that.
Yeah,
Jared,
they've held on to
1204.
20 so far. 20 out of apparently 50 is where we're at.
Is this trip, if I can ask, is it paid for, pre-planned?
Pre-plan, it's paid for.
And would you be able to get any money back if you weren't able to go? Right now, at least the trial is set to be, I think what was advised is an 8 to 10 week trial. So that shouldn't put you into that time frame. Do you have concerns sitting here today if it is close to that 10 week timeline even?
March out, straight up.
Okay, the state has no additional questions at this time.
Any further board data from the defense?
I'm not anticipating going to June 15th. I guess what I'm concerned about is what if we do? I don't think so. I don't want to speculate to the court. By the same token, Judge, I'm concerned about the distraction, and that would be a distraction if you were still doing this on the 13th or 14th. That'd be fair. And that's what, then you just answered my question, which is if, for instance, we stop and then there's deliberations, we start on the 13th, you're going to be highly motivated to be done by the 15th, aren't you? Like, Judge, and please, sir, don't take this personally. We're just all trying to be fair. So, Judge, I think given that, I think I'm going to move for cause with this particular
All right, response from the state.
Judge, the state would just submit on the information provided to the court.
All right, the court is at this point going to overrule the challenge for cause on 1204.
I imagine we'll get more
have to
story
try to
time
fit
today.
in,
Yeah.
This trial around everyone's schedules, including jurors, and I'm in good faith going to tell you I do believe the trial will be done not to interfere with that schedule. We can't all predict the future with certainty, so we're trying our best to move things along, and from what I see so far, it does seem to be moving along on schedule. So, Jury 1204, appreciate your concern. We're going to have you remain in the jury pool for further consideration. We go through another step of peremptory challenges after this. So, with that, the court will allow 1204 to return for peremptory challenges. Thank you. All right, the next question we're going to go through would be on knowledge of the case. And several of you, I'm sure, in reviewing your questionnaires have indicated you do have some information or knowledge about this case. If you do have any information or knowledge other than what you've learned since you've been summoned as jurors in this case, would you please raise your red card? Okay, none of you have heard anything about the case other than what was told to you in court when you got here last week? Okay, thank you. Let me next discuss the subject matter of the case. This case involves charges the state's filed, including charges of murder, conspiracy, and insurance fraud. Is there anything about those charges and the nature of those charges that you think would make it impossible or difficult for you to fairly and objectively evaluate the evidence in this case and render a fair and impartial verdict?
Your Honor.
Okay, no one answered affirmatively. I'll next ask some questions that seem like they might be very obvious, but I'm required to ask them pursuant to some Idaho statutes of law. Are any of you related by blood or marriage to the defendant or know him from any kind of business or social relationship? Okay, no one answered affirmatively. Do any of you have any kind of legal relationship with some of those involved in the court here? So, does the relationship of guardian and ward, master and servant, employer and employee, creditor and debtor, landlord and tenant, boarder or lodger exist between any of you and any of the attorneys involved here? Okay, everyone answered no. Are any of you a party in any kind of civil litigation or lawsuit against the defendant, Mr. Daybell?
No.
All answered no. Have any of you ever brought a criminal complaint against the defendant or been accused by any of the prosecutors here of any crime?
No.
All right, everyone answered no. Do any of you have any kind of attorney-client relationship or previous attorney-client relationship with Mr. Pryor or his law firm?
No.
Okay, all answered no. Do any of you have any kind of a relationship by blood or marriage to any of the lawyers, or do you know any of the lawyers from any kind of professional, business, or social relationship?
No.
All right, everyone answered no. Have any of you ever formed or expressed an unqualified opinion that the defendant is guilty or not guilty of any of the charges in this case? And if you do answer yes to that, we'll talk to you individually.
Well, obviously, I can't cover two trials at the same time, so
No.
All right, I'll answer
I think
no.
we'll stick with Daybell, but thank you
Do
for the
any of you have
information.
any bias or prejudice for any reason?
Yeah, we're going to be on jury
or
selection
against
for
the
quite a while,
defendant,
guys.
Jack Daybell,
Jury
in this
selection is
case?
going to last probably
No.
through the end of next week.
Everyone answered no. Are there any of you here that would be unwilling to follow the court's instructions to you as the jury?
Hello, Generous. Nice to see you.
Everyone answered no to that. Do you have a religious or moral position that would make it impossible for you to sit in judgment of another or to render a fair and impartial verdict in this case?
No.
Okay, everyone answered no there. Would any of you be unwilling or unable to render a fair and impartial verdict based upon the evidence presented in this courtroom and the laws instructed by the court?
No.
Okay, everyone answered no there. One final question I call the catch-all question. Do any of you have any other reason you haven't discussed here already why you could not give this case your undivided attention and render a fair and impartial verdict? All right, everyone answered no to that. With that, that will conclude the court's voir dire examination. I'll next let the state proceed with their voir dire. After that, the defense may. Who's going to be conducting voir dire?
I will be, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Blake, you can commence.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being back with us this morning. I know this process has been long. You all had to come in last week and fill out a questionnaire, so we appreciate you sticking with us through this. As you may know, we want to just be thorough as we're selecting a jury. Both the defendant, Chad Daybell, and the state of Idaho have the right to a fair trial. So we're going to ask you some questions today. None of them are meant to offend. I don't really want to put anyone in a hot seat, but I will be asking some of you questions and I will be asking for responses. So I just want you to know why we're doing that. If I were to use the term brutal honesty, I'm going to ask some people what comes to mind. Juror 1392, if you hear the term brutal honesty, what do you think of?
Me expressing my hatred for
So
you right
just
now.
telling the truth, saying it how it is that fair? Okay, and juror
Expressing my
1379,
disdain
same question.
for
I
your
think I would
question.
agree, just honesty without.
That's what comes to mind.
Consequence, just being honest regardless of what the consequence might be.
And would you all agree that it can also mean not holding back, not trying to spare someone's feelings? Would everyone agree with that? And the reason I bring that up is we're going to ask you to commit to being honest or brutally honest, both today as we go through these questions with you. And also at some point, if you're selected as a juror, you're going to go back once you're instructed by the judge and start deliberating with each other. And
we can all try to
ensure
encourage each other
that anyone serving on the jury can be brutally honest, both here today and further into the process. And we all may know someone that we feel like we can go to get just the honest, how it is answer. So for me, I had my first niece, I found out when she was pretty young, she wouldn't filter her answers. So if I really wanted to know how something looked or how I was looking that day, I could go to her and she did not hold back. And so I don't know if some of you have someone like that in your life.
Can you give an example of
that's what we're
brutal
asking
honesty?
for today.
I sure can.
Don't hold back. Just tell us how it is. You've also heard from the judge what the charges are in this case. We have multiple counts of conspiracy to commit murder, and we also have multiple counts of first-degree murder. You had a question on your questionnaire regarding seeing graphic images. This case does involve the murder of 2 children, as well as a mother of 5. There will be some images shown, most likely. Does anyone here have concerns if they were to see images that are graphic in nature, maybe unpleasant to look at? That, and you're 1365. I think you have some children, they're older now. Does it cause you any concern, the idea of looking at images of maybe children that are graphic?
No, if it's in a court-related environment, and you have to do that. And if it's going to allow more truth to come out and the facts to come out.
Thank you. And you're 1320. I think you also have children. Looks like they're adult children now.
Yes.
Does that cause you any concern, the idea of looking at images of children that may be graphic?
No, as long as it goes towards facts of the case.
And do you feel that you could look at those images and give them the weight you feel they're due in relation to other evidence presented in the case?
Yes.
Thank you. Has everyone here been on a plane before?
Oh dear.
Yes.
When you get on the plane, you get the instruction at some point, they say, sit back, lay back, enjoy your flight. We're going to arrive at our destination at such and such time. If instead you got on a plane and the pilot came on and said, hey, I'm going to try to land the plane. I think we'll get there at this time and I'll do my best to land. Would any of you feel comfortable staying on that plane?
No.
I'm seeing a shaking of the heads, and you're 1389. I saw you shake your head no. Would you want to stay on that plane? And why wouldn't you want to stay on that plane?
Experience a pilot has to have in order to fly an airplane. If he can't even make a guess as to when he's going to get in the air, he could go wheels down on the ground again. Sorry. What else is he going to make a mistake?
Oh, no, we've heard this one before.
Thank you
This
for
might be
that.
new to
And you're
you,
1358.
but it's definitely,
How about
we've heard
you?
it before.
Would be my first choice. But as you mentioned,
There is nothing
should
new.
have-
It's just the same old, same old.
should have some idea of where they're going to land, how to land. So no, I'm not looking.
And the reason I ask that is because, again, when we talk about the trial and the right to a fair trial, we want to make sure that the jurors selected can land the plane. We want to make sure that the jurors can commit to being impartial, to weighing the evidence and rendering a verdict that they believe is the correct verdict. Does everyone here feel like they could commit to that?
Yes.
Thank you. So I have a little boy, and in the mornings when he gets up, if I ask him what
Here
he
we
wants
go,
for
baby.
breakfast, 9
Here we
times
go.
out of 10, it's cheesy eggs.
Cheesy eggs,
But there's
baby.
a very specific way he wants me to make his cheesy eggs. There's a recipe I'm supposed to follow. So that recipe includes milk and eggs and cheese and salt and pepper. Sometimes he likes them a little extra cheesy too, so we got to throw that in. But he doesn't want me to vary that recipe. Have any of you had that experience, whether with a kid or someone else, that maybe there's a recipe and they like it done just so? Juror 823, have you ever had that experience?
Yes, someone.
Somewhat, okay. And juror 1204, have you had an experience like that?
Not to that extent.
Do you have kids? Are there any specific ways they like their food made or cut up or that they used to? They're pretty easygoing? Okay. And juror 1251, how about you?
I'm okay with deviating from the recipe.
Okay. If you were given a recipe and told this is how you have to do it though, so, and what I'm talking about is the judge is going to give you some jury instructions, and those instructions are going to say how you have to handle this case. And he's going to give you an instruction that includes the elements of each offense that the state would have to prove. And there's going to be specific elements or ingredients. So you may look at them and think, well, and kind of like a recipe, you may think, well, if you added this or if you took this away, I think it would be better. But in the courtroom, you wouldn't be able to do that. Could everyone here commit that even if there was something that you wanted to see and you wish was an element or an element that you didn't think should be there, can everyone commit that you would actually follow exactly as that recipe or instructions written out?
Yes.
Does anyone have concerns with that? And with that, one of the things is when we get to the crime of homicide, does anyone have concerns that if it reads an actor did something that caused the death of another person, but the actual cause of death is not an element? Meaning if it is, the state has to prove that a murder occurred, but one of the elements isn't the cause. Does anyone have concerns with that, with following that instruction?
The lighting looks a bit uneven. That would be because of the sun.
Thank you.
The sun is making the light on my face uneven. because the sun is shining.
So today, as you headed to court,
So,
if the sky had
yeah.
started to turn gray, and then you got into the courthouse and we closed all those windows and we closed the blinds, and when you went outside, it was wet, your car was wet, the grass was wet, the pavement's wet, you start driving home, everything's wet along your drive, are you gonna be able to determine what happened?
Yeah.
And your 823, what would you determine had happened? And your 142, how about you?
4.
Oh, sorry, 1424, I apologize.
But you know,
yes.
it's not too bad. It's not too bad. It's a little bit more aggressive on
And you didn't have
the
to see
side
it
of my
rain
face
to-
facing the
to
window.
make that determination,
So it's a
correct?
little bit more well lit on this side, but this side.
So
But you know, all
in
things
this
being
case,
considered, it's not too
different
bad.
types of evidence, and some of the evidence
know?
you'll refer to as circumstantial.
But you know, it is what
Does
it
anyone
is.
have concerns
What can you do?
that with the type of evidence presented, you would have concerns weighing that?
I suppose
given what it is
hypothetically,
to?
I could move the light box to the other side of the TV, and that might even it out a little bit more if I moved it from the other side. Actually, it's a reasonable idea. Let me try that and see if it
Do we
works.
have any football
Hold
fans?
on.
I see some people nodding their heads. Juror 1358. I think the Kansas City Chiefs won this year. Does that sound right? And even though it may be unfortunate, would you agree that everyone on that team should get a ring? So even though the quarterback may have played a bigger role, would you agree the punter should still get a ring? And the coach? So all those involved in that victory should get the ring. So you'll get instructions in this case, and again, kind of talking about that recipe that will say what the elements of each crime are. And it may include elements of aiding and abetting, commanding another, being involved that way. Does anyone have any concerns in following those instructions? No. And the judge gave you a bit of an instruction on, and it involved other co-conspirators or other individuals involved. And he's instructed you, you're not to concern yourselves with anything that's happened to them or cases. But in this trial, you may hear evidence or testimony regarding what those co-conspirators did and actions they took. In a conspiracy, if the state proves to you that there was an agreement to commit a crime, and then an additional element would be, and then one of the persons involved in that agreement took some action to further that plan to commit the crime. Does anyone have concerns if person B is the one that went out and committed an overt act or some act in furtherance, but the crime itself is the agreement to commit that crime? Does anyone have concerns holding person A still accountable if you're following that recipe and that instruction? Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Mr. Pryor, board director for the defense.
Judge, would you both prefer to take a break, or would you rather?
Let's go ahead and move forward at this point, given the time.
Let's see.
Ladies and gentlemen, I introduced myself before. I'm John Pryor. I'm the attorney for Mr. Daybell. And we're going to have to ask, some questions. And I don't want any of you, please, to imply that Chad is guilty of anything, because I'm going into areas of concern, and it's just part of the process. What we're really trying to do is to get your feelings and your honest feelings about a variety of subjects. And the reason we do that is because this is an important case. It's a serious charge against Chad. And we need to get as much information about your opinions about bias, about knowledge of different topics, about how you feel. And in order to do that, we're given a very short window of time to do that. Ms. Blake asked you to be brutally honest. I'm just going to ask you to just answer the questions as best you can. I'm going to ask you to tell me how you really feel, and remember that there really isn't any wrong answer. All of us think differently. If I were to poll you on an important issue, I would imagine if there were several ways to answer it, we'd get several answers. And not everybody answers things the same way. And what's more important than anything else, each and every one of you have a very important idea and perception of how you feel about different issues. And that's what we're really after. So when I ask you questions, again, I don't,
Yeah.
I can promise you if you ask me questions, I'd probably have different answers, and all four of us here, the four prosecutors here, and myself would probably have 5 different answers. So again, there's no wrong answer. I've spoken to some of the other jurors before, and I talked about a story how when I was a young man and I wore smaller clothes, how I was on jury service. And the lawyer at that time asked the jurors, is there anyone who just really doesn't want to be here? Now, I struggle with that because as a citizen and having been raised by an absolutely wonderful mother, an amazing father who taught me the importance of doing your constitutional duty and your civic duty, and that we live in what I think is the greatest country in the world, that you don't shirk that duty. But he also said, and I remember this, and I've continued to do this for the almost 30 years I've been practicing law. And I ask all the jurors this. I do that because all of us have a lot of things going on in our life. All of us have had issues, and some things are important. Previous juror has a dog, and that's a very big concern. Some people who are dog lovers, that's a really big concern, and it's very important. Some of you have other concerns. Some of you are in the military service and having to focus on our military and protecting our country. Others have jobs where you're an accountant and you have responsibilities and potential hardships because tax season's coming up. And that's a concern. All of us have concerns. Some of us just don't want to deal with this because they find this very difficult. So I want to ask you, and I'm going to ask you to start off by just please tell me, and please be completely honest with me. This is our opportunity to share information and to kind of get an idea where all of you stand. So is there anybody who just doesn't want to do this? Just feels like, you know what, this is too much for me, or I have so much going on.
Are we
in my
better off
personal
now?
life that I just can't do this. And I would please ask you to be honest about that. Anybody at all?
The better? Is that more even?
Okay. Now, you've heard the charges against Chad. And you'd heard the judge read the charges against Chad. And the prosecutors talked a little bit about elements, about a recipe, and I'll get to the recipe part of this. But is there anybody, having heard the charges, immediately assumed that Chad was guilty because this judge read charges? No. Thank you. Thank you. Does everybody agree with that? No? Okay. Yes. All right. Okay. Is there anybody here who believes that Chad should have to testify in order to prove that he's innocent? No. Okay. No? Okay. Does everybody understand? And I'm going to ask you to get a little bit of exercise and raise your cards on this one. Does everybody understand that if
You look better?
Chad and I
Yes, I'm
decide
changing
to,
everything. I'm moving everything
we
around.
don't have to put on a single piece of evidence? Does everybody understand that?
Yes.
And I'll try to limit the raising of cards. Thank you, folks. And does everybody understand that the prosecuting attorney must prove this case? And that if they don't prove the case, the verdict from you folks has to be not guilty. Do all of you understand that?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. That's okay. Thank you. Okay. I want to go into a couple of well, before I start that, I guess I'll go back a little bit. Again, if Chad decides not to testify, is there anybody here who's going to think that he's guilty because he chose not to testify? No. All right, thank you. Nobody? Okay. Now, I want to talk a little bit about bias. Does everybody understand what bias is?
Yes, I went to Clemson.
And would
Go
everybody
Tigers.
agree that bias is you have an opinion about something, whether it's based on fact or truth, but you have an opinion about somebody and it may influence your judgment. Everybody agree that? Yes. And I brought my mother up a couple of times and I'm going to bring her up again. Just a tremendous influence in my life. When I was a very young man, and please don't hold this against me, anybody, please, but I'm a transplant to the state of Idaho. I'm not quite born and raised here, but I've got 30 years in, so I think I feel
Increase
like
the contrast of the
spent
camera.
enough time in my life that
I don't know. Let's find
consider
out.
myself a true Idaho. I was born in the early part of my life. Was
I don't know how to
back
actually
east.
do that to increase the contrast.
And I lived in a neighborhood. And my mother's very best friend had a very close friend. And they didn't share the same beliefs, faith beliefs. And one day I was sitting there with my mother, and it was a very hot day in back east. Back east, it gets incredibly warm. And this person at the time, and my mother was probably 40 years of age, and they were sitting there in the backyard. And I looked over at her best friend, and on her right arm were numbers. And there were about 5 numbers. And they had been tattooed on. So I asked her, why do you have numbers tattooed?
I don't know how to increase the
And she said
contrast.
to me, well, I lived in Germany for a little while. And I stayed at a camp called Auschwitz. And I was surprised because I couldn't understand as a 7-year-old how someone would tattoo someone an arm and put numbers on there. And that was a good lesson for me, because what it showed is that there are people who have feelings so strong that they would engage in that kind of conduct. And I can assure you, you can't count the number of people who have had that done to them anymore, because most of them aren't here anymore. But that had a profound impact on me, and it was the best example of what bias was. And I want to ask you folks,
No, it's the attorney
is there
speaking.
anybody here who feels that you should judge somebody just because they may have different beliefs than you do? Please raise your cards. This is important.
Okay.
No.
Saying
All right.
no or
Okay,
saying-
so I can do it. Okay, hold on.
If you say no, raise your cards.
Camera settings,
Thank
creative
you.
style. Oh, there it is.
Do all of
Creative
you
style.
understand that it's important not to judge somebody because of their beliefs? Okay. Do all of you know that we all may have different beliefs?
Ah,
That we all may believe some things that are different? Do all of you agree that regardless of how unusual
okay.
or how
Contrast.
unrealistic those beliefs are, we have to respect people for their beliefs?
Okay, so I can increase
Does
contrast.
everybody agree that? And that we can't judge someone just because they may have
That's
unusual
contrast level 3.
or beliefs that we just don't
That's
find
contrast level
realistic.
0.
Would everybody agree?
1, 2,
And would everybody
3.
agree that you're not going to judge a person
do like
just
2?
because they may not form to what you think is normal or average or standard beliefs about a
Turn down the
various
exposure.
topics? Would that be fair to
Okay.
ask a few of that? Thank you. I'm going to move on a little bit.
That's too dark.
Have any of you watched any video, audio, or programming regarding this case or anything associated with this case? No. Not read any newspapers about it?
Yes, I have.
You have? Would you talk to me a little bit about that?
So, Mr. Pryor, if we're going to go into detail here, I'd like to do that individually.
Okay, all right, thank you, Judge. Then I'll move on.
And which juror was that?
That was 1242, I think.
Okay.
1424, forgive me. Now, I'm going to give you an expression.
Yes, there are lawn workers
And I want
outside
to
my
know
apartment.
if anybody,
Yes, obviously. Every time I
give me an
speak, the
explanation.
leaf
And if
blower
you can,
noise
and
comes
you
through.
want
But
to, raise your
feel
card and I'll
glad
ask
that you don't have to
individually.
hear it when I'm not speaking, because I put in a noise floor.
I listen to all kinds of music. I try to be open-minded about that, but I love country music. And that was developed because when I moved here That seems to be a natural, maybe the way we live, at least from where I live anyway.
Should be.
And there's a really great song that I love, and when I listen to it, it always moves me.
Yeah.
And the song is from a guy named Dan Seals. I don't think he's alive anymore, but he wrote a wonderful song, and it says, "Everything that glitters is not gold." Is there anybody who doesn't understand what that means?
Yeah, I think we
Is
got
there
it
anybody who
now.
understands what that means? Raise your cards if you understand what that means.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Okay. And I'm going to pick on 1389. So why don't you talk to me a little bit about what you think it means when you say everything that glitters is not gold?
In physical world, there are a lot of things that can glitter. For example, light striking off a crystal.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Excellent.
Any other reflective surface, so it stands to reason that it's not going to be gold no matter what.
Okay. And I'm going to go to 1379 because you've got the biggest, finest smile I've seen for at least 2 or 3 days, and it's refreshing to see someone smile like that. So
One side is noticeably brighter. The only thing I could do about it
No, I
is
love
move the box, because I moved the box to a more straight onset.
right.
description he gave. I mean, I was thinking more.
So the only
in,
thing I could do really about it, it would be to put the light box on the other side facing this way, which would even out my face in the daytime. The problem, of course, is it would not
Does
be even in the
anybody
night,
look at that? Because the song
right? Because I
really
have
goes
a
back to
light
talking
source,
about
the window
relationships.
on this side.
And
So if I put the light box on this side, now I have 2 light sources. But if I don't have the day, then my other side, my face would be illuminated. So during nighttime, it would be off. So I moved the box to be more onset even,
I look at it
to allow
more,
for a more even
I guess
look.
I
But yeah, I
think
still
of
have
like
some
the
daylight on this
dressed
side. I think that's about as good as I can do with only one light source. If I had 2 light sources, I could moderate it more, but that's where we are.
Find out that just because it's on the surface, that deep down.
The light box,
inside, it doesn't
obviously,
mean
the
it's
light box
clear on
can
the outside,
overcome the
but
daylight.
Everyone always has
It
issues
definitely
on the
can, but
Right.
that leads to its own problems.
And sometimes you may be tricked into believing that something is gold when it's just glitter. Or like in our city of Idaho.
How I had at the start look good? Fuck off.
And there's we're in fact, I'm
Fuck
going
off.
to 1378. Where am I going with this?
All the full schools that's up there.
Right.
Yeah.
And we have a wonderful ski resort called Bogus Basin, right? And we all try to enjoy that when we can. Getting to the end, I think we got about another week or 2 probably.
Yeah.
But that is where they believed that there was gold up there. So when you evaluate information and look at information, it's important that we really decide, is there really gold here or is it just glitter? Would everybody agree that we should be doing that? Yes. And I'm going to move over to juror number 1392 because you haven't had a lot of reaction. You had a couple of things. What are your thoughts on this? Everything is glitter is not gold.
I just take it you can't judge a book by its cover, basically.
Right. But all of us struggle with that. Would you agree with that? All of us have been in situations, whether it's
I think it's
personal
fine.
relationship.
I think it's fine. I mean, it's a
business
little bit,
relationship, or whether it's
a little
any
bit
kind of
brighter,
relationship,
but
and we have
it's
to
not that
engage
much
somebody.
brighter. I mean, it's a little bit, but it's not like a
Everybody
lot.
agree that we've made
It's not a
mistakes in
huge
terms of
amount. It's
judging
pretty
people
even.
who we thought may be
I think
gold,
we'll be fine.
but in reality
Moving
they may be
on.
glitter. Does everybody agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. And sometimes it's too late, isn't it?
I'm not out of sync. It's a you problem.
Okay.
Fuck off.
Now, we're here today and you know that you're supposed to, part of your job as jurors, if you're selected, is to evaluate the evidence and make a determination. And with respect to Ms. Blake, she talked about a recipe. But when you're looking at things and trying to make a decision, in the important decisions in your life, is there always a recipe to follow? And that's 1358. And I want you to talk about that.
Very few things have recipes. She mentioned a cooking recipe. Those have to be a little more exact, especially if you're baking. But I'm an accountant by trade. I have rules I have to follow. I have yet to find a situation that falls with those rules. Everything is in the gray area. So yes, recipes are black and white, but I do believe there's a lot of gray.
Right, and then I am dumbfounded how we got two accountants next to each other. With all the people here, we have two accountants. Are you folks going to be okay sitting next to each other? I'm trying to be a little, probably not much. But you're right, there's a lot of gray area in major decisions that we make, right? And we just don't check off boxes before we make a major decision about something that's extremely important to us too. Does anybody do that?
The lighting drama was
Raise your
more
hands
interesting
if
than the
you
cheesy
check
eggs.
off
That's fair.
boxes and
That's
follow the
fair.
recipe before you make a major decision. None of you. Okay. Do all of you take some time and balance things and look at things before you really make a major decision in your life? Is that what most of you do? Raise your hand if that's what most of you do. All of you do that apparently. Okay. Now, Ms. Blake also talked about, she talked about the plane situation. And one of the jurors, and I think it was 1392, where are you, 1392? Oh, back there again. I'm going to pick on you again. All right. Are you okay with that? And I think I'm going to move to 1424 in a minute because he's sitting there very quietly. And we'll get to you in a minute. But 1392, Ms. Blake talked about a plane and that you're going to make a think really twice before you get on a plane if you're not sure it's going to land, right? But if you're thinking about whether a plane is going to land or not, it's kind of a guess, right? And another word for guess is a word called speculation. Do you understand what that word means? I try not to use big words because I'm not that bright. Okay? And I try to use simple words and talk very simply because a lot of times, would everybody agree that a guess and speculation are pretty much the same thing? Raise your hand if that's what you believe. Not everybody, oh, looks like it, except for number 12. In your life, and you're trying to determine which direction you're going to go. Is it a good idea to speculate about things? Ever?
Yes.
Raise your hand if you think it's a good idea to speculate when you're making a major decision in your life. You do?
What do we mean by speculate?
Okay, all right, and again, there's no, thank you, 1251. There's no wrong answer. So talk to me a little bit about when you speculate in making a major decision.
I've had to make major decisions about having all the information.
Okay,
So I'm just thinking through how to go.
okay. So you've done that. So if you've been given all of the information and you're told this is the information that you have, and that you have to make the decision based on all the information that you have, and that's the information you have to use to make your decision. Do you think it's a good idea to speculate about other things that, well, may affect it or may not affect it? Or you make that decision if you've been told you're only allowed to follow what's been provided to you? Is that fair to speculate in that situation? Anybody?
I don't understand the question.
Yes, please raise your hands. Thank you. I'm going to go into two
I don't
more
really
areas
understand
and
the
then I'm
question.
done, I promise, okay? And I'm going to go to 1424 this time. The prosecuting attorney, it was Ms. Blake today.
You speculate all the time in your life.
Graphic pictures.
Life is,
and
you're always
seeing graphic
guessing.
pictures.
I mean, the decision to get
context
married,
of
I
the
mean,
media
for example, you're guessing
these
what's going to
folks
happen
who,
30 years from now.
You know,
Right? I mean,
put
you
things
take
out
a
in the
new
media.
you take a
Would
new
you
job.
agree
You're
with me that
speculating
sometimes the
about what
media
that's going to be like.
portrays images to get a reaction?
I mean,
Does anybody
I don't
disagree
know what
with
he's
that?
talking about 100%.
Does everybody agree that the media tries to sensationalize things to try to get you to get a reaction and to think something in a certain way? Is there anybody who disagrees? Raise your hand if you disagree with that. Nobody. So when you're showing these sensationalized pictures, the instinct is to react to them. And the instinct is to feel affected and to move in a certain way to do that, like in the media. Would everybody agree with that? You don't have to raise your cards, just nod your hand if everybody would agree with that. Trying to elicit a reaction. So you're going to see very graphic pictures. And I told the folks yesterday that these pictures are going to hurt your heart.
I mean, not to put up too fine a point on it, but they speculated when they showed up for jury
And
duty.
there's no way
On
you're
the
not
on the
gonna have
premise
reaction
that
to
they
these
hadn't been to
pictures.
jury
It's not
duty
possible.
before, they had to speculate what it would be
You
like
have a heart.
because they had no experience.
But what I'm asking for you folks to do is to look at the pictures and view the evidence, but don't allow it to sensationalize. Take the evidence as it is. But does anybody think it's fair that because these pictures are graphic, that you should
When I moved to
automatically
Houston, I speculated.
presume that Chad
And
is
geez, what
guilty
will it be
because of
like
these
to be near
pictures?
Houston?
Does
What will it be
anybody
like
believe
to be
that
near
by
my
looking at
friends?
graphic
What will that
pictures, you should
mean?
automatically presume that Chad is guilty? Does anybody believe that?
I don't know what you're talking about 100%.
And
I
all
don't
of
know.
you can promise me, if there's anybody who can, please raise your hand. Please raise your hand. Can all of you agree that when you look at these graphic pictures, that you're not going to immediately presume that Chad is guilty because of these pictures are just so heart-wrenchingly graphic? Could everybody agree with that, please?
Yes.
Thank you. And this is the last topic, and I promise it's the last topic. I want to talk about people and honesty and how you judge honesty. I'd like to see if there's anybody here, and I'm going to put my hand down because I don't apply to this. Is there anybody here who's been honest 100% of the time in their entire life? Raise your hand if you've been honest 100% of the time in your entire life. I'm gonna hold my hand down. I'm sorry, you had a reaction. I'm gonna get to you now. You just dropped somebody back there too. I'm gonna start with 1322.
Is it ethical to give a piss take answer under oath?
We haven't had a chance to talk
That's a
yet.
good question.
So-
Is it ethical to
what
give
kind
a
of
piss take
instances
answer
you
under
run
oath?
into? You find
Is that legal?
someone has not
There's a
been
good
honest.
question for the day.
What are the scenarios when you find people are dishonest? Business relationships, have you run into that?
Yes.
Where you're dealing with someone in business and they don't necessarily are honest with you. Personal relationships.
Yes.
Anybody been in personal relationships where people have not been necessarily honest? All of us, maybe most of us. Okay. And we're going to go back to juror number 823 because you had a reaction. I think it's from the gentleman by. Talk to me about your views on honesty.
I think most people try to be as honest as they can be. But sometimes people are a little more dishonest with their feelings or to get away with
Get away with something.
yes.
Or if they're trying to stop you from finding something out about them. Or if a guy says, honey, I was working late last night, and when in fact he was at a tavern with a beautiful young lady having a cocktail, he's not going to admit that, right?
That's a kind of a big
Some
lie.
people tend to be dishonest.
I mean, you know, that seems like a pretty big lie. Honey, I was at work late night when in fact you were at a tavern with a beautiful young woman. You know, that's the kind of lie that, you know, might divide a relationship in some ways. I can see that being problematic in a relationship.
Okay, we're going to go back to 1378 because you're the one who caused 823 to have the reaction. So talk to me a little bit about honesty.
So I recently bought a car and it was a used car from a dealership.
Yeah, does he consider that lying in business? That's a good question because he did sort of prelude that with lying in business. So either one, he moved on, or two, he considers that lying in business. In either way, that's kind of hilarious.
Working with me and taking care of those issues. They were not cheap issues. And I just think it's awesome that the dealership's being good to me. But I'm not very grateful I don't have my car, but I were good loaners.
If a woman I was with asked me if something looked good on her, I give her an honest answer because, you know, not everything looks good on every person. That's okay. Like, not every shirt is good for every person. But it's like, you know, it just doesn't quite work for you. I don't think.
We talk about people who have
But it isn't because I don't
hardships.
find her beautiful. It's just because it doesn't work for you. I'm
Juror
like, yeah, I
number
don't think that often quite
1365.
works.
the couple shows up.
If you want an
with fancy
opinion.
suits and the sports cars and all the big house and all the other stuff, and then we find out that they don't have a.
It'd be ridiculous to say that every
Right.
possible combination of
Yeah,
clothing
what?
would look good on me. That's just, that seems absurd. So if I
Um,
asked you if something looked good on me, you're like,
and
no, I
that's
don't
in
think
the
that quite
sense of
works for
dishonesty
you.
as well, right?
You know? It's like,
But that's a
that's
simple thing.
that's
They
a
don't
fine
want to be
answer.
embarrassed, or they don't want someone to find out about it, so they may not be truthful about
Good luck with
situations.
that.
And
Just
that may
saying,
be
man.
a small white lie, maybe a big white lie, but
Do you not want
It's
people to be
because
honest with
sometimes
you
they're
about how
embarrassed
whether or
about
not an outfit is
right?
working for you or
and that's
not? I
why people
mean,
lie as well. And then I'm
I
going to
don't
go
know,
to 1379 because you keep smiling again and you're catching my attention with that smile. So please don't stop. So let's talk a little bit about honesty and then what your thoughts are on that.
Oh, it's a big topic. I think I agree with what's been said, though. I think most people do tend to try to be honest. But there are situations where maybe, fudging the truth, I think there's very some feelings or that type of thing. So,
Not being discovered about something they may be doing that they shouldn't be doing.
right.
if you're trying to close the store, more than half go back on the rack. Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly, right?
Maybe they're motivated by that.
So, yeah, I
but
don't think that
think
quite works.
they're motivated to be honest.
Okay. And
The way you
lastly,
say
I
it that
just wanna
matters, I
say,
appreciate that.
I understand how difficult all this is.
Yeah, I appreciate it matters how you say
And
it. I understand
how hard it is
that.
to sit there and have me pick you out and answer questions. I really appreciate it. I hope you understand the magnitude of how important it is that I've been given this opportunity. And the folks here, the prosecuting attorneys are given the point at the same time in the court, because we need to be able to talk to you folks to get your feelings on a variety of subjects. So once again, thank you for bearing with me. And thank you for your time.
All right, that will conclude the defense voir dire at this time. We're going to move on to some individual voir dire with this group of jurors. This will be a logical point to take a mid-morning break. So we'll allow the jurors to be excused, and then we'll take a break for about 20 minutes or so. Come back in with our first juror for individual voir dire questioning. I'll please rise for the jurors.
All right. We're on a 20-minute break. The 200 of you certainly watching, we do appreciate you being here. Would appreciate if you help, retweet this video or something, share it with your friends. We are trying to, of course, build up an audience for the actual trial. So I would appreciate any of you who have social media retweeting or tweeting about this link or sharing with your friends or otherwise helping to build engagement. We'd like to be a dominant site for this trial if possible, so that first for if no other reason then it makes sense for me to do it on a fundamental level.
All right, we'll take a break and return.
If it is not a good thing to do, then it's just a waste of time. So we appreciate that. So if you can help out, I'd appreciate that. Okay. So we are continuing with our reading of Tammy Daybell's Left Behind clone. We are currently in book 1, chapter 7. The Dalton family had recently celebrated the calling of 2 missionaries in the family. Emma and Doug's parents, Mark and Michelle, had recently been called to serve as full-time missionaries at the Jolly Ramp campground in Hobble Creek Canyon, east of Springville. The church had recently bought the entire campground from Springville City, and the Daltons were spending 5 days a week at the campground with several other older couples to prepare the area for a large group to live there if necessary. Doug was particularly happy with his parents' calling, but Mark kept him informed on the specific progress being made at the camp. Similar camps were being built by the church throughout the Rocky Mountains. Some of these camps were currently being used by the Boy Scouts or women camps, or young women camps, but both Mark and Doug felt the church was being guided by the Lord for a greater purpose. One of Mark's missionary duties was to install a self-supporting hydroelectric generator along Hobble Creek that would provide enough power for a small community. He and several other men also constructed a sturdy 12-foot high metal fence all the way around the entire campground that was almost impossible to cross. Meanwhile, Michelle helped prepare a communal kitchen that the saints would share. She also helped label and organize their containers of food that were being delivered by large trucks each weekend. Although there still hadn't been an official announcement about the mountain camps, word began to spread about them through the stakes, and it caused a mixed reaction. A few members felt it was only a matter of time until the saints would gather together at the camps, but the vast majority felt it was an overreaction. The general mood was, why should I go live in a tent when I have a nice home? However, in the April General Conference, the prophet and the apostles left no doubt the saints needed to be prepared for major changes in their lives. I mean, he's not a bad author. Yeah, I agree. He's much better than Becky Hill. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's reasonably readable. I've definitely read worse. It's coherent. It's not bad. It's not bad writing. During the Saturday morning session, one apostle explained that while each geographic area of the church faced different circumstances, members of the church should be ready, if called upon, to separate themselves from the world and gather together. Another apostle spoke about how the Lord always removes his chosen people from a wicked society. He said, Enoch left a wicked society to build a great city. Moses led the children of Israel out of Egypt. Even Nephi was commanded by the Lord to separate his family from his brothers soon after they arrived in the Americas. We read in 2 Nephi, chapter 5, verses 5 through 7. And it came to pass that the Lord did warn me that I, Nephi, should depart from them and flee into the wilderness, and all those who would go after me. Wherefore it came to pass that I, Nephi, did take my family, and also Zoram and his family, and Sam, mine elder brother, and his family, and Jacob and Joseph, my younger brethren, and also my sisters, and all those who would go with me. And all those who would go with me were those who believed in the warnings and revelation of God. Wherefore they did hearken unto the words. And we did take our tents and whatsoever things were possible for us, and we did journey into the wilderness for the space of many days. And after we had journeyed for the space of many days, we did pitch our tents. Then the apostle skipped to verse 10 and continued. And we did observe to keep those judgments, and the statutes, and the commandments of the Lord of all things. And the Lord was with us, and we did prosper exceedingly. For we did sow seed, and we did reap again in abundance. And we began to raise flocks and herds and animals of every kind. Then he looked in the TV camera and said, There are those among us who will soon go through similar circumstances. Eliminate any credit card debt and live within your means. Set your lives in order so that you could leave your current situation at a moment's notice if the Lord asks. That time may soon come, and you must be free from the world's entanglements. I mean, I'm feeling it. Between conference sessions, Tad took Leah for a long walk, and Emma sensed he just didn't want to discuss what had been said by the apostles. Everything they said felt in line with what Doug had argued about. Tad and Leah returned in time for Saturday afternoon session, and Tad seemed perfectly fine. Emma had been praying in her heart all day that the conference messages would help him see that Doug wasn't just making stuff up about the camps. While the morning session had been like a thunderclap, the Norths were even more surprised when the names of the church leaders were read and Josh Brown was announced as a new member of the First Quorum of the 70. The camera followed Josh as he took his place among the other general authorities. Wow, I always sensed that such a calling might come to Josh, but not at such a young age, Emma said. Emma was happy when Tad took David to the priesthood session. When they returned home, she asked him what had been said. It was definitely interesting, Tad said. The prophet strongly condemned the chip. However, the climactic moment of the general conference came at the end of the Sunday afternoon session, where the prophet announced that the calls for proselytizing missionaries was being indefinitely suspended. Wow. That's hardcore. Okay, if the head of the Mormon church says, we're not doing the missionary thing anymore, dude, I mean, come on. That's pretty hardcore. So the head of the Mormon church in this book has just said, we're not doing the missionary thing anymore. Okay, good. All right. No young man or woman would be called to serve as full-time missionaries for the foreseeable future, and all U.S.-born missionaries serving outside the United States would be returning home within 2 weeks. Holy shit. Senior couples who were serving at temples asked to continue their missions, but all of their senior missionaries would be returning home. David was somber after the announcement. Will I ever get to serve as a missionary, he asked. Dude, look, that should not be the question you're asking. Okay, I'm not Mormon, but even I'm like, dude, if the Mormon church just said, hey, we're not doing the missionary thing anymore. And also, all current missionaries that are out there, we're recalling you all. If the Mormon church gave that pronouncement, the question you should be asking is not, will I ever get to serve as a missionary? The question you should be asking is, what the fuck is happening? Holy shit. All right. I'm sure ways for you to come to serve, Emma said. Chapter 8. Tony, is Bridget Martin? And if so, could you ban Martin, please? The Browns invited David and Becky to attend Josh's ordination as general authority the day after the general conference ended. The blessing indicated that Browns would see marvelous events during their lifetimes, and the kingdom of God must always come first. What year was this published? I could double check, but it would be a couple years ago. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why it matters. The blessings indicate that Brown would see marvelous events during their lifetimes, and the kingdom of God must always come first. They were told if they fulfill their duties in the Lord's earthly kingdom, they will receive an exalted place in his heavenly kingdom. It was a beautiful experience that left everyone in tears. The audio is slightly off. I'm not doing this. Yeah, yeah. Afterwards, Josh took Doug aside and said, I really get the impression that Kim and I will never live in the house again we just bought. I expect to be living in Guatemala for the next while, so I'd like you to sell the house for us. Keep a percentage for yourself and then send the rest to us. We'd be happy to do that for you, Doug said. Josh then took his sister Becky into his arms. I honestly don't know when I'll see you again, he told her. He smiled up at them with tears in his eyes. I love you, and you've always been such a great example to me. Just keep doing what you're supposed to be doing. The Daltons drove the Browns to the airport. After another round of tearful farewells, the Browns got on a plane, not sure when they'd see their loved ones again. When the Browns arrived in Guatemala, they got right back to work. Of course, the Saints were very pleased to have the general authority living among them. A general authority living among them. So he's part of the board of directors, I guess, of the Mormon Church. I guess that's what he is. Yeah. So anyways. And the missionary work seemed to reach new heights. There were occasions where entire extended families would join the church within a few weeks of each other. Josh's main responsibility was keeping on top of growth and to make sure the priesthood letters tracking all the new members. How much is it off by? I really don't want to go chasing down audio ghosts. I swear to fucking God, I'll ban fucking everyone. Don't fuck with me when it comes to this shit. Each Friday morning, Josh would attend an endowment session in the temple. One morning as he walked to the temple, he saw a group of people watch a small TV in a coffee shop. He stopped to see what they were so interested in. There was a weather map on the screen showing the Gulf of Mexico. Do I really have to go fucking chase this down now? Is that what the fuck I'm doing? It's off. Fine. Fuck. Now opening it in a video editor to look at it frame by frame to see when the sync is off. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's off by 10 frames. Okay, that's a lot. It's off by a third of a second. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's off by 10 frames. Okay. Let's see. All right, which way is the sync offset? Is it plus or minus? I can never remember which is which. Let's see if minus 300 does the trick, or it makes it worse. Wait, no, I want to make the mic off, right? I need to adjust the mic. No. Yeah, I need to adjust the mic audio by 300 milliseconds. All right. Check 1 2, check 1 2, 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2. Hello everyone. Welcome to Uncivil Law, where we learn from the misfortunes of others. Is it right now? Is it on? Is it now? Is it right now? More lag? It's the wrong direction. I can never remember which way it is. Yeah, I can never remember which way it is. If it's plus or minus. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Uncivil Law, where we learn through the misfortunes of others. As always, I hope you enjoy this legal educational content, and today's the day I earned that subscription. Is that right? for minus 300 milliseconds. Is that the right number? Perfect. Now it's perfect. We're happy. Okay. All right, now it's accurate within 1 frame. All right. All right, so now it's accurate within 1 frame. Great. Excellent. Problem solved. Yeah. So the various voice effects I have on my mic to make it sound great are causing a delay of about 300 milliseconds. So, cool. Great. Excellent. Yeah. It was just a diagnostic tool. Yeah, it was just to have a sharp sound in the audio. Yeah, like a clapboard. That's why they do clapboards in movies, for the same reason, right? The clapboard creates a sharp audio noise, and then you can see the visual of the clapboard and the sharp noise, and that's how you sync up the audio in a movie. So since I don't have a clapboard, we'll just do it the traditional way with just a clap of the hands. So yeah, that way you can sync the visual with the noise, and you can open it up in the video editor, and you can see how much is offset by. It's like, oh, it's offset by 10 frames. I was like, okay, so since there's 30 frames a second, that means it's off by 1/3 of a second. So let me adjust to 300 milliseconds. And, you know, there you go. Yeah, that's why the clapboard exists. Yeah, that's why the clapboard exists, to sync all the audio to the video. That's why it exists in the movies. So you see the visual, and then you can sync the audio based on the audio spike. Yep. Yeah. Well, there you go. Yeah, there you go. That's exactly why they do that. Now you know. Back in days, it was separate devices recording. It probably still is, to be honest. They probably have, they have multiple different independent sources. It probably is still independent. I'd imagine, yeah, because they're probably multiple different microphones. So yeah, I mean, you have multiple different microphones, possibly ones on the actors, possibly ones overhead, possibly multiple different audio sources. So it's like, yeah, you need some way to sync all that up. So, you know, the clapboard works pretty well. And it's also a way to designate. It also serves a second benefit, because it's a way to label the film. And so if you've ever seen a clapboard, they write things on it, right? They'll write like the name of the movie and like the production, which is kind of neither here nor there, but they'll write like a scene number, and they'll write a take number, right? So it's a way to visually remember which film is part of what thing. So you have something at the beginning that designates what it's for. It's like, oh, this is scene, 18B, and this is take number 3. So yeah. And it's also, they also say it, by the way. It's also so because the mics pick it up, right? They say it when they do the board. It's like, okay, this is scene 18A. This is take 3. Bang. Then the director says action, right? So that way it's a way to label. It's a way to label what it is for the. So it serves multiple different purposes. It's great. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. It's very practical.
Thank you. Please be seated.
I'm glad I could teach you this about the movies. Very exciting.
Judge, before you bring in the jury panel, the state was going to see if we may approach.
You may.
I taught something today. I feel productive in my
Sorry,
life.
right here, the light.
So for our purposes, clapping my hand will do just fine. Yeah. I mean, it's off by 1/3 of a second, so it's not nothing, but still, it, takes a little bit to notice it. But yeah, fair enough. When you're off, we'll just tell you need to clap. Well, hopefully you won't tell me that again for quite a while, because all the filters I have in place should be the filters I have in place. The problem is the filters take processing time. And I have a pretty fast computer, but still. So the problem is you add more filters, it takes more time. So I have on 5, well, the limiter really shouldn't, and neither should the noise gate. So I have and neither should the compressor, honestly. So I actually have 2 filters on. I guess the declicking is the one that's probably taking the most processing power, if I had to guess. To remove clicking noises, if or let me just when you click or smack your lips or stuff, to remove that audio. But yeah, the filters I have on, I have one to remove reverb from the room so that it's less echoey, because I can't really treat the room. So since I can't treat the room, we'll do it in software. Of course, the software takes time to process, so that's where we're at. So I have one to remove reverb from the room so it's less echoey on my end, and then one to remove clicking noises like me smacking my lips and other noises like that. And apparently, those 2 filters take something around the order of 300 milliseconds to process and correct the audio. So you have to adjust it to negative 300 milliseconds. So there you go. The tool works pretty well for just an audio tool. Especially, I mean, if you were in a professional sound studio, you'd have things on the wall. But I don't want to do that, right? I don't want to treat the space. So since I don't want to treat the space, it's let's find another solution. We'll do it in software. The software's pretty good. The click noise is just a noise filter. I'm not sure exactly how it works, but it talks about repairing the audio. So I'm not sure exactly what it does, because it doesn't just remove the noise. It doesn't just remove the click. I think it somehow bridges the gap, because it could just remove the click noise, in which case the audio would just drop for however long the click noise was there, because it could just mute it. But I don't think it does. I don't think it just mutes it. I think it cuts it out, and then it tries to build in an audio that will bridge the gap. So yeah, I don't know. It works out pretty well. Yeah. The microphone also, of course, helps. The microphone helps a lot on off-axis rejection as well, because that's one of the things the microphone is well known for. The SM7B is it's very well known for off-axis rejection. So the microphone itself was nice. I used to have a NT1A, which was a fine microphone, but it's a condenser mic. And the condenser mics by design pick up a lot more audio, which is great if you're in a treated room, but not so great if you're not in a treated room. So non-treated rooms, dynamic microphones, such as the current one, work a little bit better because they're less sensitive. And so, yeah. Of course, this microphone has been used in the studio, famously. It was used, well, predecessor, technically speaking. It was the SM7, I believe, that was used by... I think the SM7 was used by Michael Jackson on Thriller. And I think the SM7A was used on Billie Jean. The only difference between the SM7A and the SM7B is literally the phone cover, though.
2221-1623.
But,
we are going
yeah.
to now conduct individual or dire of this remaining panel of jurors.
It's a well-known microphone. It's been used for singing. It's been used for singing by Michael Jackson and others.
Please have the marshals have that juror.
And it's used by like basically every podcaster on earth at this point.
I will note on the record that
Joe Rogan made it famous.
Present as well as the defendant.
Every fucking one uses it.
As well.
Which is fine because it's a great mic for the purpose. It does a very good job. Also, it has a built-in shock mount, because the capsule for the SM7B is held in place by a rubber gasket, I guess. And so the whole capsule is surrounded by rubber, which makes it a built-in shock mount. So that's nice.
A moment to review the questionnaire again.
The only other mic that really is in even content, and this mic is so good that it's arguably you can make the argument it's like the best mic, just period, for a lot of purposes. I mean, you could start talking about Neumann mics, for example, and them, but like the difference between like a Neumann and this is like so small. It's like, is it worth the extra $2,000 for a Neumann? It's like, you know, not really. There's not much in it.
Was there some confusion there? Did something happen preventing you from preparing before?
No, Your Honor, no confusion. It was just a honest mistake. I used my phone as my alarm clock, and it came unplugged or something. And regardless, my phone died overnight. Woke up already too late.
Okay, I understand. We had a couple of fellow peers, and I guess just a bit of a follow-up on that. You generally consider yourself to be dependable enough that if you move forward in this, you'd be able to make it here when you're supposed to each day?
Yes, very. I'm in the military, and it's we're on time.
Okay, that's all I needed to follow up on that. I just wanted to make sure we had some answer there. The other issues we would look at this time is whether or not there was any kind of a hardship or.
So I'm really happy with this microphone, and also they're just legendarily durable, and legendarily bulletproof, and just legendarily like they never ever die, like ever.
And getting no knowledge of the case, nor of
that's nice too.
Hardship, so I don't have any.
I'm more engaged with my audience than most creators. I do care about these things. I care a lot about these things.
Hardship or bias.
I care a lot about the audio. I care a lot about getting it right. I care a lot about the camera. I care a lot about getting it right.
Another topic we'll talk to you about.
And I care. I want to make it good for you. I want to make it as good for you as I can.
Filled out and completed a section on your attitudes regarding
the only other microphone that you would I would consider replacing this microphone with is the one that Nick Ricada uses, which is the Electro Voice RE20, which is the microphone that Rush Limbaugh used.
Are the responses you made?
He had a gold-plated one, which is kind of whatever, but yeah, the Electro Voice RE20 is a fantastic microphone too. But
I'll advise
That's the
you
only
that
other
in
mic,
this
and they're about the
case,
same cost. The Electro
it
Voice is
might
about
be
about
necessary for you to
$50
make
more
that
expensive.
determination in regard
But it
to
doesn't
the
have the built-in
imposition of the
shock
death
mount. So
penalty
if you
or
want to get a
some other
shock mount for it,
penalty.
it's like $100
And as you're thinking about that,
And, you know,
consider
so it's
that that's not a hypothetical.
kind of
because
half a
this
dozen
is
to one,
case
6 to the
for
other. The
us.
Electro Voice
So you have to
RA20 is a
consider
little bit
that as
brighter
if any punishment you
than
consider
the
would be
SM7B.
absolute and carried out
But
in the
if it
case.
really bothers you that much, you can
So
always
as you
fix it
think
in the
about that,
EQ.
I'll go
So
through
you can always just change the
your
EQ to make this
questionnaire
microphone a little
responses, a few
brighter.
of those.
And also this particular
the first one I'll address
this
to you.
particular interface I have
The question is, do
Focusrite
you
has a setting
support
called
or
Error,
oppose the death penalty?
which I have set on,
And you said you
which
support
has the
death
upshot of
penalty. Is
also
that
making it a bit
accurate?
brighter than it would
Yes.
otherwise be. But that's hardware. So my
The next
my
question I'll look
interface,
at,
my microphone
was on the
interface
following
has a
page.
hardware
You
setting
were given a series of
called
choices
Air,
about
which
what
effectively
would
makes it a
most
little bit
accurately
brighter.
represent
So
the way you
there's
feel.
not much in it at that point.
And you picked choice C, which reads, I generally favor the death penalty, but I would base a decision to impose it on the facts, law, and instructions in the case.
I looked at a lot of microphone reviews.
You recall selecting that answer?
Yes.
I looked at a
And
lot
does
of
that
microphone reviews, and a lot of people
describe
talk about
your
microphones,
feelings
their
about death
technology,
penalty?
and their specs,
Yes.
and like everything.
Okay. I just have one more
So
question.
it's all
for you
rattling
then.
around in
Do
my
you
head.
believe, or is it your personal belief that you would always be in favor of the death penalty in every case where a murder's been committed?
In every case, not necessarily, no.
All right. Thank you for your responses to those court's questions. Does the state have any questions on board I relating to the death penalty?
We do not, Your Honor.
Does the defense have any questions?
Just a couple of questions. Certainly, this is probably.
Mr. Pryor.
Oh, microphone.
Oh, my goodness. You said, in every case, no. Can you give me some insight into, is there a line there where you say, you know, this is an absolute for the death penalty, or this is not an absolute? Is there some sort of black line that you draw, or can you elaborate on that for me a little bit?
Well, it's, you know, every case is different, obviously. Different circumstances, such as, right, it's not specified whether it's, you know, an intentional murder or like an accident, or, you know, just all sorts of different things could be, you'd have to weigh in on, I think.
Okay. So if it's an intentional murder and there are children involved, is that an automatic death penalty?
No.
Okay. When you looked at the list and then you had the options from A through F, A being, you know what? Murder is death penalty. If you could refer to that, I think it's page. Bottom of page 13. Let me know when you're there, please.
I'm there.
Okay. So when you read that, was there any hesitation to choose between C and D? If there was and I'll ask you to answer that first.
Yeah, the SM7B is legendary. Yeah. So
Not really, no.
I watched a whole
If there was one
presentation
that said,
from Shore. I watched more than one,
that I'm going to
incidentally.
make up my mind
I
based on
watched a
each
whole
and every one
presentation from like
individually,
the
and
historian
not
at
just rubber
Shore
stamp yes or
explaining
no,
the
and
entire development of the
that
SM
you
line.
use.
Yes.
So if there was a neutral choice where you would say, listen, I've
And
got to
like
do
the
everything.
technology
There's
of
just
it and
no-
everything. And
There's no criteria.
yeah, so
for,
it's fun.
like a recipe, let's put it that way. That quite frankly, you have to look at the facts, and it's not just because there are kids or not just because it was intentional. You have to look at the whole story to determine whether or not that's where you're going to go. Would that be fair?
I'd say yes, yeah.
And sir, thank you for your time. Judge, that's it.
All right. Thank you, counsel. Juror 823, then that will conclude the individual board diary for you. You'll go ahead and return to the jury room, and we'll have further instructions for you here after we talk to the other jurors.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next juror we'll have brought in, please, 1204.
Excuse me a second. Yeah.
All right, Juror 1204, welcome back. Thank you for returning for individual or dire. At this stage, we're going to have a few questions beginning with questions about bias. We've already talked, I think, probably sufficiently about the fact that this juror also has a vacation partially paid for or paid for. They don't want to miss starting June 15th, but I think we're through that issue. So counsel, there is some indication this juror has previous knowledge of the case, and I'd like to have any questioning counsel requests relating to potential bias from media exposure. So I'll start with the state asking any questions and then allow the defense to voir dire individually this juror.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. I just wanted to briefly discuss with you the media attention in this case. And you indicated in your questionnaire that you had heard a little bit about this case from Basic News. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that you had heard from the news that Mr. Daybell was involved and that he would be going to trial at some point.
Correct.
During this trial, you're going to be instructed that Mr. Daybell is innocent until the state meets its burden of proof, and that is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And that means that as Mr. Daybell sits here today, he's innocent. Do you understand that?
I do.
Do you understand that nothing that you've heard on the news is evidence? Now, when you
I bought
learned
it.
on the
I bought
news,
it
that there would be a
from the
trial
SM.
at
I bought
some
it from the
point,
Shore store
did that lead you to
on
any
Amazon.
conclusions about his guilt?
And I was so
Okay.
paranoid about
And
whether or
you
not it was really an
indicated on your
SM7B or not. I actually
that
took apart the back plate
you had
just
not
to
formed
make
an
sure
opinion on
that
this
the
case. Is
wires
that
were
still
the
accurate?
correct wires and the correct
And you also
thickness and all the
indicated
other
on your
markings
questionnaire
were
that you
correct.
would be able to put
That's how
out in
paranoid
mind
I was,
what you
right?
have read or heard about this
It's
case
like
and
it's
render an
from the
impartial
Shore store,
verdict.
fulfilled by
Is that still
Amazon.
accurate?
It's
Thank you
like
very
all the
much, sir.
boxing
I
looks
have no additional
correct, everything
questions
looks
after
correct,
this
all the
part, Your Honor.
markings on the
All
device
right,
look
thank you,
correct.
Mr.
And then I
Pryor,
actually
for the defense.
unscrewed the base plate and just to check to make sure the wires were correct and the right color and the right thickness and all that shit.
Okay.
So if it's a fake, it's an unbelievably good one.
All right, Mr. Pryor, could I get you to repeat that again with the microphone? We didn't catch it on our audio.
Judge, I have nothing on hardship and bias on this.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. The next section we'll look at then is in your questionnaire, juror number 1204. Do you recall reading through and filling out questions relating to your attitude regarding the death penalty?
Do.
All right, and are the responses you made in the questionnaire still the way you feel about that as you sit here today?
Yeah.
All right, you indicated when given the option.
If you're open to any other
support
tests
or
on how to
oppose,
verify it, let me know.
Question, do you support or oppose the death penalty? You said support. Is that correct?
That's
You
correct.
can't tell knockoff by visual inspection? I don't know, man. I mean,
In addition, there
I
was
saw like a lot of
section
people
that gave
review
you
them and like,
some
it's hard to get everything right.
pre-written responses
Yeah,
to
it's hard to
choose
get everything
from,
right.
and it's which one most accurately represents the way you feel. You circled in the questionnaire what's labeled as 6C, and that reads, I generally favor the death penalty, but I would base a decision to impose it on the facts, law, and instructions in the case.
The registration
Is
process,
that
not to the best of
still
my
the way,
knowledge, but
you feel about the death penalty today?
It is.
Okay. Another question then. You are in favor of the death penalty. Do you believe that the death penalty should be imposed in every case where a murder has been committed?
Answer that. No.
Okay. Is there anything
Mike isn't the
about
limiting
your
factor, so I wouldn't
views on
worry. I do
death
worry. I want to make
penalty
sure I'm getting authentic
that you
process
think would either
product.
substantially
authentic, I'd be really
impair
mad.
or prevent you from following the court's instructions about the death penalty, whether that was to consider it or to not consider it in this case? Okay, thank you for your responses. I'll let the state continue with or dire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, you indicated on your questionnaire that you believe that the death penalty has its time and place and that it is not to be taken lightly. Is that how you feel still, as you said for today? And so you would be able to consider the state's presentation and anything presented by the defense during the death penalty phase and give that fair consideration before you make up your mind whether or not the death penalty is appropriate if the case should proceed to that point. Is that correct? Thank you, sir. I have no additional questions for this jury, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for the defense.
Juror number 1204, could I have you turn to page 13 of your questionnaire? Now, at the bottom of page 13, you circled number C. Correct. All right. At the time that you were reading that, would you take a look at number D? Let me know when you're done. Just number D.
Okay.
Okay, if there was a choice between number C and number D, and I will tell you that when I read that, the difference between C and D is C says I favor, D says I oppose, but both folks would look at the evidence and make a determination on the facts. Do you agree with that?
Correct.
If there was a choice that said neutral, and that I'm not going to make up my mind until I've had a chance to look at all the facts and not just prejudge it, but evaluate the facts and circumstances, not one way or not the other way, and then make a decision. Could that represent your position?
It could. I would say I generally, I might lean more towards neutral, but I do still support the death penalty.
Okay.
Certain circumstances.
Well, in certain circumstances, and if the judge gives you instructions and say, listen, in the event we get to a sentencing phase, there are options that you have, and the two options are death penalty or life in prison. You will, before you make a decision, you'll look at all the facts and circumstances and remain neutral until you decide which one fits the facts and circumstances. Would that be fair?
Yes.
All right, Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right, thank you, juror number 1204. Then that will conclude your individual voir dire. We'll have you return to the jury room with the bailiff, and you'll receive further instructions once we've talked to other jurors today. Next on
Enchiladas
to juror
consumed?
number
That's very sad,
12,
Tony.
51.
If your enchiladas have been consumed, that is a sad, sad day, man, because you have no more enchiladas. You're enchilada-less. How will you survive? Life isn't worth living anymore. Sometimes, man, sometimes. What was good is I didn't throw out my tax information. That was good. Thanks, Kurt, for not throwing out your tax information. You're welcome, Kurt. That was a smart thing to do. Sure was, Kurt. Oh, you're a genius, Kurt.
All right, thank you for returning, juror number 1251. Court is going to allow for some individual voir dire at this time. We've got a little bit of case knowledge, not much, and there wasn't anything in the way of hardship. If the state would like to inquire as to any potential bias, I'll allow that as well as the defense, and then we'll move on to our next topic after that.
Thank you, Your Honor. Juror 1251, just a reminder, there's no right or wrong answers. I just want you to tell us how you feel. So it sounds like you don't know much about Chad Daybell. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So you haven't followed this case in the news at all?
No.
There, there is one thing on your questionnaire. You say you don't have a hardship. You do say, I wish I could say yes. Tell me about that. Like, why did you write that on your questionnaire?
I think anytime you're involved in a difficult case like this, that takes a lot of time and emotional energy. And just, for me, I try not to even involve myself in dramas or news or things like that. And as I was thinking about that question, I realized that because of all those things, it probably makes me a good candidate. But I just want to be honest about my exposure and hardships and all of those things. And it's like, you can make things up, but if I don't have anything, then it's like, there's no reason why I shouldn't be starting this duty.
You just used the word energy, and in your questionnaire, you said, I have 0% energy for this process of.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate on that? And maybe you've already kind of answered that in what you just said. We just want to make sure we understand how you're feeling. So when you say you have no energy for this process, what does that mean to you in terms of actually serving on a jury in a case like this?
It's more connected to people who watch news and are into sensationalized things or just not really focusing on their own lives. And so they insert themselves in all sorts of stories and spend a lot of their time, I guess, reading news headlines. And I just don't do that. I don't live my life that way. That's why I don't watch the news. That's why I don't read articles and anymore.
So
communications. So it's like I see when, let's say, trying to get my attention or trying to get me to think certain ways. So that's why I just choose to not involve myself in headlines.
And to be fair, yeah, when you said 0% energy, that was for the media. And so, but going back to this idea that on page 19 of your questionnaire, I wanted to ask if you can put anything you have heard out of your mind. You say yes, but then you say, but do I want to be involved? No, I do not. Does that mean you don't want to be on this jury?
I was being prosecuted. I would want an unbiased jury. And as someone who doesn't know anything about this, that's where it's like, I would hope that there would be people stepping up if I was in the same situation, just to hear both sides of what was going on.
So even with what you wrote, can you commit to, if you are put on this jury, that you will fully engage in that process of weighing the evidence, listening to witnesses?
Yes.
You did have one other thing that I would need to check in with my work days on the trial schedule. Have you done that? Do you know if this trial schedule, you'd be able to accommodate your work with this trial schedule? Sure. Okay. I have no further questions at this time.
Okay, on that topic then of a potential hardship or bias, Mr. Pryor, you can inquire.
Ma'am, the reason I asked initially, and we made eye contact initially, is there anybody who doesn't want to be here? That's what I took from your questionnaire. But after you explained, I thought your honesty and your straightforward answers. If I'm understanding what you're saying, listen, I don't have time for gossip. I don't have time for all of this sensationalized, and I'm going to look at this thing in a fair and balanced, neutral way. Is that fair?
Yes, and I would just say that it's.
Yeah, she apparently is not a LawTube. She's apparently is not a LawTube subscriber. But maybe she hasn't
So
heard
it's like,
about
I don't
law
know that any of
too.
us really want to be
That's the
here,
problem.
but are we here?
Maybe she hasn't heard
And
about
are we
uncivil law. That's the
answering
problem.
questions honestly and yes.
And you could find that there are people that just don't, you could understand why I would ask that. Because there are people that are just saying, you know, we run across this all the time. They make comments about and make up things to avoid having jury duty. There are people that do that. And what I'd rather do is just say, you know, folks, just tell me the truth and just tell me you don't want to do it. Because if you don't want to do it, there's no sense in putting anybody who doesn't want to do it on a jury for considering it's going to be 8 or 10 weeks. But I applaud the fact that you say, listen, I don't necessarily want to be involved, but I will do what I'm instructed to do, and I will follow the rules and listen to the court and do all the things that are expected of me. Is that fair?
Yes, I trust that by answering honestly and letting the chips fall, that that's what is supposed to happen. And I can be in my, secure my integrity, that it wasn't for me to get out of something just because of my own uncomfortableness, but
You weren't trying to skirt your responsibility. You're being forthright about things, right?
correct.
I want to thank you for that, Judge.
All right, thank you. All right, Juror 1251, there's another topic we're going to discuss here individually with you, and that relates to the questionnaire and your responses on your attitudes regarding the death penalty. Do you recall reading through that section of the questionnaire and answering those questions?
I do.
And are the responses you gave in the questionnaire still accurate in terms of the way you feel about it today?
Yes.
Okay, you indicated when given a choice of whether or not you support or oppose the death penalty, you checked the box that said you support it. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and I will advise you in this case that it may actually be necessary for you to make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty. And when we're discussing this, you need to consider this as not a hypothetical, but that it may be absolute and carried out in the case. So with that in your mind, you said you support it. Also, in a response when you had choices on this section 6, there were like 7 different choices. You selected choice D and said, I am generally opposed to the death penalty, but I believe I can put aside my feelings against the death penalty and impose it if it is called for by the facts, law, and instructions in the case. You recall answering that?
Yes.
And does that generally represent the way you do feel about the death penalty?
Yes.
Okay, so in the one instance when just a yes or no, you said you support, then later you say you're generally opposed but would follow the facts, law, and instructions. So is there anything you want to clarify there, or are you just kind of in the middle on that issue?
I would just hope that the death penalty is reserved for extreme case.
Okay, so you are not of the view that it should be considered in any murder case? You wouldn't believe that?
Can you repeat that, please?
So the question is, do you believe that the death penalty should be considered or imposed in any case where a murder's been committed?
No.
All right. Is there anything about your views at all on the death penalty that you think could prevent or impair your ability to follow court's instructions if you had to consider that in this case?
No.
Okay, that concludes the court's inquiry. Would the state like to inquire?
Just briefly. Juror 1251, so as I read your questionnaire and listening to your answers, just to make sure I completely understand where you're coming from. It sounds like you believe there are times when it is necessary, the death penalty.
Yes.
And, but you are willing to, if the court is to give you instructions, if this becomes an option, you will follow those instructions in the law to make sure it's applied appropriately.
Yes.
I have another question.
From the defense.
No questions here.
All right, thank you, Juror 1251. We'll go ahead and have you return to the jury room with the bailiff and maybe some additional instructions once we'll talk to the other jurors. We'll next talk to juror 1320. You can be seated. Okay. Thank you. Okay, juror number 1320 has returned for some individual voir dire. We're doing this with all the jurors, so they'll be concerned that you're here alone. There's some question in the review of the questionnaire about some knowledge of the case, as well as you did explain potentially a hardship here. Maybe I'll just address that with you and then allow the state and the defense to question on hardship or bias. On the trial length, where you were told that in the questionnaire, and also it was reiterated here, you said you did check the box, yes, you'd have a hardship. You said, I have a job and a life to live, but I'll serve if selected. So with that, could you explain a little more what impact that may have if in fact you are serving for a 10-week period?
Okay, yeah, I looked into it since then. My work will give me 2 weeks pay for 10 days. And then I'd have to take my time off and I've got a month of that. So the 6 weeks of pay and 4 weeks of no pay, I guess, as I would come out. Which I found. It's not like I'd be living on the street after that, but you know, it would be
okay.
money.
But I appreciate you doing the follow-up, looking into that with your employer also. If in fact this extended out, you said you are willing to serve, very much appreciate that, and you still feel that way, and considering that it could go beyond that 6-week time frame and cause some financial strain.
Yeah, I'm not living from paycheck to paycheck, and so yeah, it wouldn't be fun, but
okay, I guess. Well, thanks for your responses on that. On the bias, I didn't have any specific questions. The state can conduct voir dire on either topic, and then I'll allow the defense.
Morning, sir.
Yes.
So to follow up where the court just left off, I think I followed you that you'll get a couple of weeks pay, you've got some time off, it's probably paid time off, you can apply. About a month,
right?
That if this goes 10 weeks, you won't get paid?
Yeah, for the last few months.
Do you feel like there's anything about that during that last month, if you were chosen as a juror, that probably wouldn't be uncommon for jurors or lawyers or judges after 8 or 10 weeks to be tired of the case? Do you feel like during that last month where you're not getting paid, did that cause any resentment? Did that cause you to be distracted at all in terms of listening to evidence or resentful that you're still there?
No, not necessarily. My wife has a part-time job, so it's, like I said, it's not like we'd be going hungry or living on the street, but maybe my 401k wouldn't get as built up as I wanted.
You got a bad peanut in your peanut M&Ms? That's an atrocious reality, man. I feel you. I feel you hard.
Excuse me.
It's an abomination.
And then just a couple of questions from some comments you made about the press coverage. You made a comment on page 415 of the questionnaire that it asked if you did follow these cases, has that caused you to already form an opinion regarding the guilt or innocence of Chad Daybell in the case? You said no, but the media reports is not necessarily the truth of the facts. You still stand behind that?
Yeah. They're there to sell newspapers or screen time, and they're reporting on what we get notice, not necessarily what is the truth.
So is it fair to say, though, you have heard some things about the case? You have some,
Yes.
okay. Anything about what you have heard that has caused you to form any specific opinions about the case or about Mr. Daybell?
No, not really. I mean, when it first came out, I read about it. And, you know, it was interesting and so forth, but I didn't make an opinion on it because it's, you know, I know it's not the whole truth there. So,
So as you sit there, you feel like you can hear the facts and deliberate and be objective about everything?
yes, I do.
Your Honor, on bias and hardship, the state has no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Woods.
No questions from the defense, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Juror 1320, then we'll move on to one final topic with you in relation to the part of your questionnaire you completed called Attitudes Regarding the Death Penalty. Do you recall reading through that section in the questionnaire and answering it?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, and if you would like to reference it, it's page 12 and 13.
Yeah.
So considering those responses you made last week, are those still true and accurate in the way you feel today?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. I will advise you in this case, it may be necessary for you to make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty in this case. So remember, this does apply to the case, and any penalty you're considering should be considered as if it is absolute and will be carried out in the case. So with that in mind, there was a box checked by you on the question, do you support or oppose the death penalty? Check the box saying you support it. Is that the way you feel?
Yeah, I think in some cases it's warranted by the law. If that's what the law says, then that's what should be done.
Okay. On the next page, there were some more detailed choices you had there out of 7, and this was the questionnaire's words, not your own, but you selected a choice you thought most accurately reflects the way you feel. You checked a box that said, I am generally opposed to the death penalty, but I believe I can put aside my feelings against the death penalty and impose it if it is called for by the facts, law, and instructions in the case.
Kind of contradictory, wasn't I?
And that's fine. If you'd like to explain any more about your thoughts on it, this would be the time. And I don't know that that necessarily is contradictory, but do you have any explanation on that choice?
No, it's just you know, no one should have to die, but if the law, if the case says and the law states that that's what's to be done and that's the punishment, then that's what should be done.
So you don't feel then, as I gather, that the death penalty should be in place or considered in every case where a murder's been committed?
Not unless it's asked for by the prosecution or the facts being that it's advisable by the law or whatever.
Okay, so one final question then, is there anything about your personal views or thoughts or feelings on the death penalty that you think would prevent or impair you from following the court's instructions on that if you served as a juror in this case?
No, I don't believe there is.
Okay, thank you for your responses. Let's have the state, if there's any follow-up or dire on that topic.
Thank you, we do, Judge. Sir, probably just a couple of questions. So on page 12 of the questionnaire, on the bottom, you had answered in a question, do you feel the death penalty is used too often? You X that box. Then you explained so much more costly to pursue than life in prison without parole. Surely not an uncommon opinion. As you consider that there, well, first of all, is that an accurate expression of how you feel about it?
Well, as far as do you feel the death penalty is used too often, too seldom? I don't know. Maybe I don't know is the right answer. I don't know.
seems like there's not a good choice there at all. Yeah, I've heard that it's more costly to pursue a death penalty.
Fair enough. And then there's no wrong answers here. We get where you're coming from. Yeah. So I guess my question is, if the case does proceed, if there's a conviction and then we get into a death penalty question, the judge will give you certain instructions as to how to evaluate the death penalty, whether it should apply. Mm-hmm. Will the fact that you think and believe that it's more expensive to society
Excuse me, I gotta make a phone call.
than just life in
Talk
prison,
amongst
will that
yourselves.
be anything that would dissuade you from otherwise following the instructions that the judge gives in terms of how you apply the facts and law? Will that still be a factor in the back of your mind?
No, because all the people, prosecution, the judge, and everyone has weighed out those facts and those, the cost of it and so forth. And if they believe that it's viable, then, and I'm given those instructions to figure that out, then do what the judge would ask.
Okay, so it's fair to say that you won't let that cost factor be part of your decision. Is that fair?
Yeah, yes, that's fair. That's correct.
No, I don't have any more questions.
All right, any questions for Laura Dyer on that issue?
Just to follow up, if I could, sir.
Yes.
You made a comment that if the prosecution asks for the death penalty, I take things sometimes literally. And in that situation, I was wondering, does that mean that if the prosecutor, and I don't want to imply under any circumstances that Chad is going to get convicted, but if that happened and the prosecutor asks for the death penalty, does that mean you're absolutely going to follow the prosecutor's recommendation and impose the death penalty?
No, I would follow the judge's advice and take the prosecution's arguments into fact and your arguments into fact.
So if the court were to instruct you that upon a conviction, you have a choice between the death penalty and life in prison, you would equally balance those considerations based on the facts and circumstances surrounding the case. Would that be fair?
If that was what the judge dictated and those are the choices, yes, I would balance those out fairly.
Okay. And at this point, based on what I understand, is that despite those choices, it's still your, and I don't want to use the word preference, you oppose the death penalty, but you're going to be fair. And you're going to look at both of the options before you make a decision based on your understanding of the facts, based on what the prosecutor tells you, based on what the defense tells you, and based on what this judge instructs you or the rules to follow. Would that be fair?
I'd like to think that's where I stand, yes.
Okay, is there any reason to suggest that you wouldn't stand anywhere else?
Not that I know.
Thank you for your time, sir. I greatly appreciate your time.
All right, that will conclude the board Dyer individually, juror 1320. We'll have you return to the jury room with the bailiff, waiting for their instructions as we talk to our remaining jurors. Our next juror will discuss individual board Dyer with this 1358. All right, thank you for returning. Got a couple of follow-up questions for you here. All right, this court doesn't have at this point any individual questions for this juror in relations to bias or hardship. So I'll allow the state to make any inquiries on those topics, if any, and then the defense, and then we'll move on to the other topic.
And Your Honor, we don't have any questions for this gentleman about those topics either. Thank you.
On either hardship or bias questions, anything from the defense?
The only thing that caused me some hesitation is I'm pretty familiar with accountants' responsibilities. And the likelihood is that if you're picked, we're going to be 4/15 is a very important date for you.
So I work for a private company. I'm the controller. The 15th deadline is for corporate, and again, we have some entities within that need to be filed. We made a lot of progress in the last week with, I won't use the word anticipation, but knowing that this was a possibility. So I think we're in decent shape. If I am selected nights and weekends through the 15th, I'm good on that front. So I don't believe that that's a hardship. Unless there's sequestered between now and then it could be.
What if you're sequestered in late May or June? Is that going to create any problems for you?
Not at all.
Okay, that's all I had, Jeff. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
All right, the next issue we'll discuss then with this juror is in relation to your questionnaire responses on attitudes regarding the death penalty. Do you recall going through those questions and answering them last week in the questionnaire?
I do.
Okay, having thought about the questions and responses since then, are those still accurate, or is there anything you change about your opinions stated in that questionnaire?
Those are still accurate.
All right, you had an option of either support or oppose were the only choices, and the question was, do you support or oppose the death penalty? You said support. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay, you also, when given a range of choices, said what most accurately represents the way you feel. You selected a choice that reads, I generally favor the death penalty, but I would base a decision to impose it on the facts, law, and instructions in the case. Is that still the same way you feel about this?
Yes.
All right, I will advise you that in this case, it may be necessary for you to actually consider this and make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty. And you have to be considering this not hypothetically, but as if it would be absolute and carried out in the case. So thinking through that, does that change at all your opinion on those choices?
No.
Okay, one final question I'll have then is, do you believe that the death penalty should be imposed in every case where a murder has been committed?
I do not.
All right, that concludes the court's questions on that topic. I'll allow any board ire from the state and then the defense.
And Your Honor, I don't have any additional questions for this juror on that topic either. Thank you.
All right, from the defense.
No questions.
All right, juror 1358. You might have set the record for the quickest individual board ire today at least. So thank you for your quick and concise answers. We'll have you return to the jury room for further instructions and talk to the remaining jurors.
Appreciate it.
Juror number 1365 will be next. All right, thank you for returning, juror number 1365. The court's going to permit Dyer from the state, then the defense on issues first, talking about any potential bias or hardship. I'll note this juror has indicated some knowledge and detail of potential facts relating to this case or the case itself. So with that in mind, who's going to be conducting Dyer?
I am, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you. Sure, 1365. Looking at your questionnaire, it looks like you do have some familiarity with the facts of this case. Is that fair to say?
I had heard over the years that when the children were found, it was on the news. And then I believe when Lori was convicted, that's when I heard those on the news.
Okay. And did you seek out the news on this particular case, or?
No, it's just a matter of the news was on and I heard that.
Okay. So you mentioned that you did know that Lori Vallow was convicted. The judge gave an instruction earlier today. In this case, you will hear about Lori Vallow. She's a part of this case. But the fact that she was convicted, the judge gave an instruction that you were not to consider that. Will you be able to put that out of your mind and not hold her conviction against this defendant?
Yes.
Because they're two separate people, and so you can commit to that 100%.
Yes.
And similarly, just the other facts you've heard about this case. Can you commit to only making a decision based on what you hear in this courtroom?
Yes.
Your Honor, I don't have any further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Your Honor. It sounds like all you've heard are a few stories that were on the news. That's about all the exposure you have, right?
Yes.
And you haven't made a decision one way or the other, even knowing that there may have been some issues with the Lori Vallow, correct?
That's correct. I kind of do believe that sometimes the news doesn't necessarily report all the truth either,
And one of the news, as I understanding, one of the news agencies.
Mr. Pryor, could you talk in your microphone?
I thought I was, Judge, I'm sorry. One of the news agencies was it East Idaho News you were looking
It would have been whatever was here,
at? Okay.
because it's local.
Okay. All right. When you look at page 13 of your questionnaire,
I am back. I had to deal with stuff relating to health insurance and taxes. You know how the bullshit goes.
A through F as the choices, right?
But on the plus side, I might actually get a tax write-off this year for my student loan interest, so that's nice.
And you marked number C.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but what it sounds like is you're saying that I have not made a decision yet, one way or the other. Is that fair?
That's fair.
But I'm going to look at all the facts and circumstances. Is that fair?
Yes.
I'm not going to take into consideration some of these media outlets that may or may not sensationalize things and give us an accurate picture. Is that fair?
Right.
Okay. And then in weighing all of the facts, I'm not committed one way or the other towards the death penalty. Is that fair? And if the judge gives you an instruction that says, yes, I will, you have two choices if there's a conviction for murder. Before I start, I want to make sure you understand Mr. Daybell's here today, and I don't want to imply that he's guilty of this in any way, but we have to talk about this so we get an idea where you stand. You do kind of understand that, don't you?
Yes.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, that if you look at item number C, and then you go down
the
to
woman on the
item
phone
D,
was a little bit frustrating to me.
And Mrs. Pryor,
So
we're going to get into
at the end, they
death
give you one of those
penalty
things that say,
qualifications.
here's a survey. So I gave her the lowest possible
But in any
ratings. It made
event,
me feel better. I don't know if it
you're
makes
going
any
to base your
difference,
decision
but
just on the facts as you see them, if you were chosen. That
made me feel
trial.
powerful.
Is that fair?
That's fair. Any introductions?
Oh, thank you very much. Nothing else, Judge.
All right, thank you. All right, the next topic then the court will go through with you is on your responses to the attitudes regarding the death penalty section of that questionnaire. Do you recall answering that?
Yes.
Okay, and having thought about that, since you did your questionnaire last week, do you still feel like these are accurate representations of your attitudes on that?
Yes.
All right, I will advise you here in this case that it may be necessary for you to make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty in this case. And remember, any penalty you're considering should be considered as if it is absolute and would be carried out in this case. You understand that?
Yes.
All right, you had a selection here as one of your answers. Do you support or oppose the death penalty is the question you said.
Do I know what a
support. You recall
lens?
that? And is that
What
still
is-
your thought as you sit here today about that?
Can't actually the word. What is it? Because it's hidden under
All
my
right,
thing.
One other choice. you
Lens
made
shade. Do I know what
out
a
of
lens
7
shade is?
choices in some
No?
more detail provided about what most accurately represents the way you
Yes,
feel.
kind of.
You selected
I think I might
choice
have
C
one.
that says, I generally favor the death penalty, but I would base a decision
Would it make a
impose
difference?
on the facts, law, and instructions in the case. Does that still accurately describe your general thoughts on the death penalty?
Yes.
Okay, finally
I might have a
then,
lens shade.
with your position on the death penalty, is there?
I'm not sure how much difference it would make.
The death penalty should be imposed in every case where a murder has been committed.
There might be light coming across the lens that makes it look muddy.
Okay, is there anything then about your views on the death penalty that you think could in some way prevent or substantially impair you from performing your
Somehow I
duties
doubt
in
that
this
that's
case
the
if you
issue, but
received instructions about
I
the
could
death
find
penalty?
whatever it is I think I have and put it on and see if it makes a difference.
Court's order on that issue, Mr. Wood.
I got nothing better to do right now. Give me a second.
Mr. Pryor, any board ire?
Yes, I jumped the gun. I apologize for that, Judge.
That's
I think it's just habit. And so we're going to go back to item number 13, A through F, I believe. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, and I don't want to suggest an answer to you. So just, but what I think I'm hearing is that if the judge instructs you that the death penalty is a possible sentence and life in prison is a possible sentence, at this point, you're going to go into this process if you're a juror and you're not going to make or be favored one way or the other at that point, and you're going to look at both options. Is that fair?
Fair.
And then only after you've reviewed all the evidence and listened to what the state has said, listen to what the defense has said, and then listen to how the judge instructs us, at that point, you'll make a decision based on both of those options. Is that fair? Okay, so if there was an option between C and D on number 13 that said, I'm neutral and I'm going to look at all the facts, all the circumstances before I make a decision in this case,
I don't think that helps.
would that be closer to your position?
I think that would be more accurate.
Okay. And thank you for your honesty. I really appreciate you allowing me to spend some time with you. Thank you. Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
I don't think that
Very
helps.
well. That'll conclude individual board ire for this juror. Thank you for answering those questions. We'll have you return with the bailiff to the jury room and talk to our remaining jurors.
I don't think it was built for this lens. Yeah, I don't think it was built for this lens.
Next
Yeah,
up will
no, that
be
doesn't seem
juror
to work.
1378.
Oh, hell. Yeah, it doesn't seem. Yeah, it doesn't fit that lens. Oh, yeah.
All right, thank you for returning juror 1378 for individual for Dyer. This time, I'll inquire as to whether the state has any for Dyer in relation to hardship or bias issues. I don't think there was much at all in the way of bias here on any exposure, but potentially hardship. We got into that before. Once the state's concluded for Dyer, I'll let the defense as well have questions for the juror. Who's going to be conducting voir dire for the state?
I will, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Rooks.
Thank you.
I'm not cupping my hand around the thing, no.
I really just have one question for you.
I'm good, thanks.
Questionnaire on page 20. You just made a notation under the hardship section. I'm only worried about my job because I started on January 2nd, 2024. Is that right?
Yes.
This is a pretty new job.
Yeah, and they are willing to work with me. I talked to HR about it.
Okay. So whatever worry you had when you
Yeah, I no longer have that worry.
So whatever worry you had, no longer have that worry.
No, I do not.
So then, is it safe to say that as far as you're concerned, if selected, you don't believe that being a juror would be a financial hardship or impairment to your job? Is that fair?
Yes, that is fair.
Your Honor, no other questions on this?
I seriously doubt it would make any difference. There's really no light source that's coming into the lens. There's really no light source coming into the lens. My my window to my balcony has shades on it, and the shades are tilted slightly, so I can see out and still get daylight. But the shades are tilted the completely wrong direction. I seriously doubt there's any light coming into the lens except through refraction of the back wall. So I don't think that's going to make a difference in this equation, guys. I really don't.
Provided you a copy. You could turn to page.
Even if the window were open completely, it would be completely parallel to the lens. So I just don't see it.
So when you answered your questionnaire, right, kind of in the middle of page 12, there's a question that says, do you support or oppose the death penalty? And you check the box saying support. Is that accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and that's the way you would feel about that today as well?
Yes.
All right, and as we go through these questions, I'd like you to consider that in this case, it may be necessary for you to make a determination.
Talk to a beauty guru about lighting. I am beauty guru.
Some other penalty. And when we're
I'm a proud purveyor of all kinds of fun makeup products.
It would be done and
I am a beauty
and carried out in the case.
Don't at me.
That's what the jury determined. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay.
I will eat you alive.
You also on page 13, you'll turn there about 2/3 down. There were choices you had about what most accurately represents the way you would feel about it. You selected a choice C, which reads, I generally favor the death penalty, but I would base a decision to impose it on the facts, law, and instructions in the case. Do you recall looking at all those options and checking that one?
Yes, I do.
Okay, does that still then represent the way you think about and feel about the death penalty here today?
I will destroy you.
Yes.
Okay, final question I have then. Do you believe that the death penalty should be considered or imposed in every case where a murder has been committed?
I do not know.
Okay, so if there were instructions to either consider or not consider it, would you be willing to follow those instructions regardless?
Yes.
Okay, then is there anything about your views on that issue of the death penalty that you think prevent or impair you from performing your duties and following the instructions here in this case?
No.
Okay, thank you for your responses there. That concludes the court's voir dire. I'll allow the state to conduct voir dire and the defense.
Thank you. Sir, for my question, it's based off a response you gave on page 12 of the questionnaire. And you were asked in question section A, How do you feel about the death penalty? And you responded, if guilty and required, I agree. But 100% without a shadow of a doubt, guilty verdict has to be the cap. Am I reading that correctly?
The case.
Yes, sorry. Could you explain what you meant when you wrote that?
When you come to a guilty verdict, you can't be 99% sure, and you have to be 100% sure without any doubt. And that's what I meant by that.
So is it safe to say that in your mind, you just are would only be inclined to impose the death penalty if, in fact, in your mind there had been 100% proof that whomever Mr. Daybell is guilty? Is that correct?
If he was guilty, yes, and I did not know without facts.
So, sir, then my question would be, if the judge gives an instruction and explains that the standard to determine guilt in this case would be that the state would have to prove beyond any reasonable doubt. Is that an instruction, one, that you feel like you'll understand or would understand? And number two, would you be willing to follow that instruction?
Yes and yes.
So then you wouldn't necessarily hold the state to prove 100% without a doubt that he was guilty?
Yes. But he doesn't have to be, like, he has to be guilty to the law, to what the law states.
So you'll follow the judge's instructions on what the law is?
Yeah.
Okay. You know, I don't have any further questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Pryor.
Just shine a fake light from the other side. What fake light?
Questionnaire, if you could, let me know when you're.
I don't have another fake light.
Okay, on page 13, you marked item number C.
It's fine.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And what I'm hearing from you is saying.
The lighting is fine.
I'm going to listen to the judge's instructions and take those, apply those to this case, right?
Yes.
I'm not going to make a decision right now or not until I hear 100% of the evidence that's presented, correct?
Yes.
That you have not made a decision one way or the other, correct?
Yes.
That you haven't made a decision whether, and you don't favor the death penalty or not the death penalty at the present time, correct?
Yes.
But that decision won't be made until you've had a chance to look at 100% of the evidence, correct?
Yes.
And only if you feel that Mr. Daybell did something and all of the other jurors agree with you that there's a conviction, at that point, you will balance whether or not to impose the death penalty or not. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you won't prejudge or favor one position or the other before that time?
No, I will not.
So if there was a choice between item number C on page 13 and item number D that included a box that would say, I am neutral on this issue, and I will only make a decision until I have heard 100% of the evidence and I am convinced that Mr. Daybell may be guilty, would that be closer to your position?
That would be 100% my position.
All right, and thank you, sir. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, juror number 1378, that concludes the individual order.
Your Honor, I'm trying to interrupt you.
Yes.
I know this is unusual to your court, but there is another issue on this questionnaire that I'm wondering if we ought to, that I had overlooked initially, and it might.
Judge, could we approach on this first?
Let's approach.
I don't know what the hell's going on right now. What are we doing? Yeah, I think the lighting is fine. I mean, we got pretty even. I mean, it's slightly brighter on one side than the other, but I mean, it's such a small thing, dude. It's so small, you know? Short of closing the blinds, which I am absolutely not doing, by the way, because I want the daylight for my own psychological well-being. So short of getting rid of the sun, which we are not doing, I think we're doing fine.
All right, thanks, counsel. Juror 1378, you can go ahead and return to the jury room with the bailiff, and we'll question the additional jurors, then give you some more instructions after that. Thank you for returning. We're going to next talk to juror number 1379. All right, juror number 1379, thank you for returning. Court's reviewed your questionnaire and we've determined individual voir dire is appropriate on certain topics, including that of potential bias. There's some information the juror
appreciate
has
the compliment.
from media surrounding the case and knowledge of the case. And I don't think we had any hardship issues. So if the state would like to inquire to discuss whether or not there is any knowledge of the case, and in this setting, of course, juror 1379, you can discuss whatever facts or knowledge you have in answering, since the other jurors aren't here. So who will be conducting voir dire for the state?
That would be me, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Beatty, you may proceed.
Good afternoon. Hi. Hi. So I wanted to chat with you a little bit about media exposure in this case. And you had indicated that you saw some documentaries and news about the case.
Yeah.
And I think you indicated on a question about your knowledge of the victims that you would your awareness was just what you'd seen on the news.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Great. Can you kind of describe what knowledge you do have about the victims in this case, specifically what you have heard?
Like I said, nothing more than what's been on the news. Just I usually have the news on in the background, so just kind of snippets of the case here and there, but not much more than kind of headlines and news stories.
Okay, great. Would you be able to put aside what you've heard on the news and render an impartial verdict?
Absolutely.
And you'll be instructed during this trial that Mr. Daybell is innocent until the state proves him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you comfortable with that?
Yes, I'm comfortable with that. Yeah. Sorry.
You would be able to follow that instruction?
Yes, I would be. Sorry.
And then you also understand that nothing that you've heard on the news is evidence?
Yes.
And that the evidence is what will be introduced at trial?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I have no additional questions for this jury, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, as to potential bias, Mr. Pryor, you can inquire.
And I appreciate you being forthright about the articles, the news, and all of that stuff. And based on what you've seen on the news articles and everything else, you haven't made a decision one way or the other at this point, have you?
No, I know that the news is just a very brief skim of, what's known. I understand that that's not.
And something that you put in your questionnaire really drew my attention.
Okay.
Let's go to page 19.
Okay.
That laugh was kind of weird.
Down at the bottom, you have a sentence that starts with "I believe."
Yes.
Would you read that to me?
I just said that I believe strongly in the due process of law.
And in the due process of law, that means that you listen to all the evidence, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. And that you don't take into consideration or anything regarding the stuff that some of these media outlets or these podcast people who are making a living on something unfortunate
Hey, that's not
You don't
fair.
take any of
We're
this
nice.
stuff into consideration.
Sure.
You just base it on what you hear in terms of what's been presented. You'll be able to do that, right?
Yes, I will.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Nothing further.
All
Podcast
right, thank you,
people
Mr. Pryor.
making a living on something
There's
unfortunate.
another topic
Unlike you,
we'll
by the way.
discuss next then.
Not to
So
put too fine a point on it, can we think of anyone else in the room who might be
filling
making a
out the
living on something
questionnaire, there was
unfortunate?
a
Counselor,
section in there called attitudes
Counselor.
regarding the death penalty.
Yeah.
And that was a section beginning on page 12. Do you recall thinking about the questions thoroughly and answering those last week?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
And are the responses you provided still the way you feel about that today?
Yes.
All right, in going through these questions about it then, I would like to advise you that it may be necessary for you to actually make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty in this case. And remember, when you're considering that, you need to consider that as if it would be done in absolute and carried out in the case. So as you consider that, I'll note that when given a choice, you selected that you support the death penalty when asked if you support or oppose it. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. You've also selected a choice when you had a variety of choices about what accurately represents the way you feel. You picked the choice that says, I generally favor the death penalty, but I would base a decision to impose it on the facts, law, and instructions in the case. Is that still the way you feel about the death penalty?
Yeah, I'd say that's accurate. I'd actually, I kind of struggled between C and D. I remember it felt like I had to have an absolute, but either way, if it is instructed, then I believe in following the instructions that the court provides. So.
Okay, and so you had considered maybe leaning towards generally opposed, but following the instructions and putting aside your feelings?
Yeah, I kind of wanted a neutral in there. Like I'm neutral, but I would follow it. I believe that it's necessary in certain cases, and I will follow the court's instructions when it comes to part of it.
Okay, so given the way you feel about it, then do you believe that the death penalty should be imposed or considered in every case where a murder's been committed?
I don't think it's appropriate in every case necessarily, but I think based on the circumstances and when you're talking about especially egregious cases, that is probably an appropriate option.
Okay. Final question from me then. Will any of your views on the death penalty you believe either prevent or substantially impair you from serving as a juror in this case and following whatever instructions the court gives you on the death penalty, whether it's to consider it or not?
No, I don't think that I'd have any problem with that.
Okay, that concludes the court's voir dire for this juror. Any voir dire from the state?
I have no additional questions for this juror, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Pryor.
And just briefly,
Yeah.
I appreciate you bringing that up between C and D. I've spoken about that before. And what I gleaned from your questionnaire, especially the comment on page 19 where you said, listen, I'm a strong believer in the due process of law. I saw some of your hobbies with the Ducks Unlimited and the other stuff. I think that you probably have a very patriotic sense to you. Would that be fair?
Yeah, and I think the first day that we were here, Judge Boyce likened this to serving in the military. If you hadn't served in the military, this might be the most patriotic thing you can do. And that really struck me because my husband did serve in the military. So I'd say we are very patriotic. And so, yeah.
And it is all of our civic responsibility. And I appreciate the fact that you struggled with the choice between C and D. So I'm going to ask you again, just to reiterate, you haven't made up a decision at this point.
No, I don't.
You haven't, and as far as guilt or innocence, you understand that we have to ask you about these questions, even if we believe that belief from the defense is that Mr. Daybell is not guilty. We have to talk about this because it's important. It's a potential issue. The judge is going to give you a choice of the death penalty or not to impose the death penalty. And at this point, you're neutral on either of those at this point.
Right. Yeah, I don't have a preconceived notion about
what the end is gonna look like.
And at this point, before you make that decision and make that important decision, you're gonna balance what the prosecutor tells you,
Yes,
what the defense attorney in my office and what I'm gonna present to you, and then you're gonna follow this judge's instructions. And you're gonna remain neutral until you've had a chance to make your own decision, and you're not gonna follow a recipe. You're gonna do it based on your view of the facts and circumstances, correct?
that is correct, yes.
Thank you, Judge. I have nothing else.
All right, thank you for returning for the individual questioning. 1379, we'll have you return to the jury room and we'll talk to our remaining jurors and then give you further instructions. We'll next talk to juror 1389.
It's only 1:30 in the afternoon. Feels later in the day. Ready for bed. Ready for bedtime. Ready for a cocktail and bedtime. Oh, man. When's the earliest it's socially acceptable to start?
All right, juror 1389, thank you for returning. We've got some additional questions for you here on board Dyer. One of the things we're looking at and can discuss here openly since other jurors are not around is whether or not your prior knowledge of this
have a
case
drink, Tony.
might
Have a drink.
serve to,
You've earned it.
Cause you to form some sort of an opinion. I would note that in looking through your questionnaire, you seem to know quite a bit about the case. Is that accurate?
Only what's been presented in the media up until I was called for jury duty.
Okay, and let me just try to clarify that. Did you just sort of watch in passing what was reported, or have you actively gone out to, for example, watch any documentaries or look this case up on any commentators on YouTube or anything like that?
You should absolutely watch Uncivil Law for all the best commentary.
Basically, anything that was a media push on various news aggregated websites, or my wife had the television going, for example, Channel 7, they've covered it extensively. It's kind of hard to miss when they have that as their headline news for the night.
Okay, and sure, and again, there's absolutely nothing wrong with knowing about it, knowing as much as you know. That's what we need to determine. A lot of people do follow the news and get interested in stories. That's why they are in the news, is because they're interesting sometimes. The one response you had in your questionnaire was whether or not you formed an opinion regarding the defendant's guilt or innocence, and you said possibly, but only because some of the victims were young children. So on that issue of whether or not you
Why wear Hawaiian shirts? Not typically, no.
And we'd like you to be as honest as you
Not
possibly
typically,
can
why?
here.
I mean, if we were at the correct kind of event, I'd wear a Hawaiian shirt. That's not exactly a go-to. Have you seen me wear a lot of Hawaiian shirts on stream? In fact, have you ever seen me wear a Hawaiian shirt on stream? Not really my go-to thing.
It just makes it more impactful that small children were victims in this case, and it kind of hits you. It really hits you kind of hard. Something happened to those children. Who or what did it, I don't know. Just whatever's been reported.
The Hawaiian shirts does seem more like a vice kind of look. I would agree.
What
yeah.
may think or someone else.
Yeah, for
as,
sure.
As you
100%.
sit here, what is your opinion at this time?
At this time, I honestly don't know. I have to go in maintaining that. I don't know. The impact is significant, yes. But if I were to, if somebody were to ask me to make a judgment right now, this moment, I have to say I can't.
All right, but it's fair to say you're not completely without some opinion here. It does, and again, we can openly discuss this here. So if you are leaning one way or another, which way are you leaning right now?
Right now, just based on the news coverage, I have to say I'm leaning towards guilt.
Okay, and I do appreciate your responses. This is what we need to discuss. I'll let the state follow up with any additional voir dire if you'd like, and then the defense.
Your Honor. Sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Juror 1389, on your questionnaire, and again, there's no right or wrong answers here. And so please feel free to just tell us exactly what
There
you're
are
thinking.
absolutely right and wrong answers, by the way.
On page 19 of your questionnaire, your question.
I don't know why they keep saying that. There's no right and wrong answers. There's obviously right and wrong answers. If there weren't wrong answers, you wouldn't be excluding anybody because there's no wrong answers.
Any of your exposure
That's
to
some
the
bullshit.
media is cause you to form an opinion about.
Blue is
Mr.
definitely the
Daybell's
best color on me.
business. You said possibly.
Yeah, I like blue too. I
And
like
the
all
question
shades
I
of
wanna
blue.
Look at is
When
that,
I moved, I got rid of a lot of shirts and got a lot more blue shirts.
You read or heard about this case
So,
and render an impartial verdict based solely upon the evidence in this courtroom. And you did mark yes. And you said possibly. So what do you mean by possibly?
Well, basically, I'll refer back to what's already been covered in the media. It predisposes you to lean toward either this defendant is either guilty or not guilty. That's just how it's been presented in the media. If it were to come to trial, and I'm sitting here, I would have to set that aside and bring your A game, bring everything you've got.
Your A game is a pretty good answer. I like that.
The media is either wrong or it's correct.
So, well, and that brings up an interesting point.
You like green I wear too?
Yeah. When you say
well, green is half blue,
so it's wrong or correct.
Well, it's
do
close
you
to
think that at some level,
I don't know where I was going with that. I had a
as
point in
you're
there
sitting
somewhere.
here,
Never
you're
mind.
seeing
Disregard.
either evidence from the state or from this defendant, that you're going to be referring back to what you heard in the media?
It will be at the back of my mind, but again, there's going to be one side saying one thing, the other side saying something to either counter or present another facet. Those are the two most important sides to look at right now. It's only if there's some sort of nebulous gray area, and I don't think there will be, but let's say there were, at that point, then I would go back and look at, this is what I heard. This is what I saw.
Don't judge me on what I say. Judge me on what I meant to say.
And thank you so much for your
that's
honesty.
a good rule.
We really appreciate it. Your Honor, based on Juror 1389's responses, I would move to excuse this jury for cause.
Okay, so you're moving to strike for cause based on bias. Thank you, Mr. Wood. Mr. Pryor, do you wish to conduct any further voir dire or simply advise the court whether or not there's a stipulation on the motion?
Well, Judge, sir, there is no right or wrong answer. Judge, I concur in that opinion, but to avoid the court wanting its own analysis, the court's going to accept the stipulation.
Another channel made a drinking game out of the right or wrong statement. What is the drinking game? I might do water instead of alcohol, but I'm intrigued. Tell me more about the right and wrong statement drinking game. Is it every time they say right or wrong, you take a shot? Because that could get real dangerous real fast.
Thank you so much for coming back today and taking the time to fill out your questionnaire. We appreciate your honesty today. We're trying to get the best, most impartial jury we can through this process.
If you want me to just be drunk off my ass, I'll just try. I love you guys. I love you guys. You're the best.
Despite best efforts, I'd be concerned that juror 1389 may have that preconceived notion. So we are going to excuse you as a juror. And again, thank you so much for your service of coming in today.
You guys are the best. You guys are the best not to, but you guys are the best is Chad. Chad cares otherwise.
All right, next up will be juror 1392. While they're on their way in, counsel, maybe I'll just inquire. I don't see any type of bias or hardship presented at all in the questionnaire. Either side have any questions you think you'll have on that?
Judge, I just have one. And it was towards the end where he talked about the fact that because of his employment, not a lot of media coverage.
Not what.
And there was a concern there.
I couldn't hear it. Not what.
In terms of blocking the media coverage.
Okay, I'll allow that. Is the state going to have any individual board ire?
Just one question on part 4.1a. Response was made.
We're on the individual section of voir dire, dear, so we're not doing the cheesy egg thing. The cheesy egg is for the group. So there are no cheesy eggs right now. Cheesy eggs is for the group. We're on individuals right
Individual
now.
board ire on the issues of hardship or bias.
We are cheesy egg free.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sir, I just have one question for you. On your questionnaire on page 7, under part 4, paragraph 1a, there was a question, do you feel that a defendant should be required to testify? And you marked X as in yes. What did you mean by that?
I might have misread it. I don't say they have to testify. I think I just read it wrong or misinterpreted.
Fair enough. So would it be safe to say that if the judge instructs you that if the defendant chooses not to testify throughout his trial, that you shouldn't hold that against him, you're willing to follow that instruction?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. For the defense.
You know, the other day, I was in Vice's chat. I was in Vice, talking to Vice. The Vice on the chat, and I don't care what Vice says. You guys are the best. This chat.
Maybe I made a mistake. Judge, if I could just have a moment.
Go ahead.
None of the things Nate the lawyer says about you seem to be true at all. I was talking to Nate the lawyer in the gym today, and he was saying some things, and man, I just don't think it's true. I think you guys are a great
So,
chat.
1392, there is one additional topic we're going to cover with you. In filling out your questionnaire, you went through one section that was called attitudes regarding the death penalty. And that was on page 12 and 13. Do you recall thinking through those questions carefully and answering them in the questionnaire?
I remember answering the best of my ability that day.
Okay. Let me advise you that in this case, it may be necessary for you to make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty. And remember, when you're considering that, you need to think about it as if it would be done or absolute and carried out in the case. So With that in your mind, you selected a choice. First of all, when you were asked, do you support or oppose the death penalty? You said support. Is that still the way you feel as you sit here?
In the right circumstance, if somebody is proven guilty without a shadow of a doubt, then I don't have a problem with the death penalty at all.
All right. You also selected one choice out of 7 you had about what best represents the way you feel, and you said, and this is a quote written in the questionnaire, that I generally favor the death penalty, but I would base a decision to impose it on the facts, law, and instructions in the case. So given those choices you had there, is that still the way you feel about that?
Yes, basically I'm just saying I don't have a problem.
Speaking of legal vices, did you ever get back to me on my DM? Let's check.
Reasonable doubt.
Okay. And is it correct for me to say then, well, I'll ask you just
No, I just have a message from someone named Jenny, who's a graphic designer,
given your
who wants to sell me something, I'm sure.
Circumstances, do you think it should be considered or applied in every case where a murder has been committed?
No, not every case.
All right. So finally, I'll just ask you, is there anything about your views on the
Jenny,
death
creative
penalty
director,
that you think would,
graphic designer, turning image into reality, logos, banners, overlays, intros, and all the Twade stuff. Paid creative director at iFlogic Service.
if you were required to follow instructions about the death penalty?
No.
I don't know. I don't
Okay,
think we need any graphics work done today right now. I think we're good.
Questioning on that topic, I'll allow the state any additional voir dire and then the defense.
Just one question, again, sir. Not to mince words, but you had mentioned you would consider the death penalty if the state proves beyond the shadow of doubt. I'll just ask, would you agree to follow whatever instruction the judge ultimately gives you about the proof standard and providing proof beyond a reasonable doubt? Will you follow his instruction when you get that? Okay. All right, thank you. You don't have no more questions.
All right, right.
And sir, we have to talk about these issues because they're very important issues. And I don't want you to assume that because I'm talking to you about this, that I believe that Chad's guilty or that we're not here for some purpose. But if I understand you correctly, that in the event there were to be a conviction to the charges, it's not an automatic in your mind that the death penalty would be imposed. Is that correct?
Not necessarily, I guess. It have to be without the shadow of a doubt that he was guilty, and if the death penalty was handed down, I have no problem with that.
Okay. So when you say without a shadow of a doubt, we're talking about two different things. You understand that the judge will give you instructions that in order to convict him, the evidence has to prove that he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt.
All right, yeah, Bad Legal Takes is always fun on Twitter. They have a great one, Bad Legal Takes.
And I guess what I'm
Eric Trump wrote, bond filed, we look forward to vindicating our right on appeals. And some asshole with a check mark named 3-Year Letterman wrote, a bond is, legally speaking, an admission of guilt.
Whatsoever.
So now it's just a question of amount.
Subject someone to the death penalty.
No.
Is that fair?
No, it's not.
Okay, so could I have you turn to number 13?
And then someone said, couldn't appeal without it, idiot, which is also not true.
Your choice is C.
Bad Legal Takes is fun for all the Bad Legal Takes.
Right. And in reading C, what I'm hearing is that, I don't have any problem with the death penalty as a penalty if it's supported by the facts and circumstances. Is that really what you're saying?
That's how I understood it, yes.
But if you look down to D, the only difference is you're saying, listen, I generally oppose it, but if it's supported by the facts and circumstances, I'll reserve judgment. Is that the way you would read D?
Let's see what else we got on Bad Legal Takes.
Yes,
okay. So if there were one between the two of them that said, I'm neutral on whether or not to give the death penalty,
But what I'm going to do is
How to guarantee you get your evidence thrown out of a case in one tick? Search someone's car without consent or probable cause. Well, it won't guarantee it gets thrown out. We'd have to go through a slightly more complicated analysis, but it won't help. And then someone said, I'd say if your opening line is, I don't consent to any searches, that's pretty probable cause.
All right, juror 1392, then that concludes your individual order. We'll have you return to the jury room with the bailiff. We've got one more juror to talk to individually, then you'll return for further instructions.
Someone said false. A criminal defendant in the U.S. has no obligation to prove his or her innocence. The government has the burden of proof.
All right, our last juror we'll talk to at this point is 1424.
Yes? Why is that? Oh, that was posted on April 1st. That's why. You got me. You got me. Yeah. All right. When the FBI shows up without a sheriff's department, they're doing illegal action. No. Tell them they're trespassing and leave. Nothing more, nothing less. No, the FBI does not require the presence of the sheriff's office to do their legal work. They may have the sheriff's office present, but they're not required to. And then this guy said, first thing to ask the FBI is, where's my county sheriff? You, the FBI, have no authority or jurisdiction in my county and must coordinate with my sheriff. Pay attention to these videos. I don't see that. No, that was the wrong legal analysis, but thank you for playing. No. Exam question. Ex-public official seeking office again while out on bail posts photo of the president bound, gagged, and fatally shot. This was a photo of a guy who had a bound-up picture of Biden airbrushed on the back of his tailgate.
I haven't really followed it.
Okay, and Trump retweeted it.
2, 3, 4 years.
Is that exercise the First Amendment rights to speak in campaign? B, a federal crime. A basis to revoke bail. D, B, and C. Hint A is wrong. That's fine. Thanks.
Well, let me just read one of your responses. You said the media portrayed him as guilty. The media has been wrong before.
Representative Heather Scott tweeted a copy of the photo, and then Keith Olbermann said, arrest the person, Heather Scott, who is a representative, for distributing a threat against the President of the United States. Stochastic terrorism.
All right, let me allow the state some.
Is it proper to refer to a letter as a number? Well, I suppose so.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Because they enumerate them, I suppose. I mean,
watched some proceedings of
sure, why not?
On court TV. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And
I mean,
indicated that
I would call E a number.
For the last couple of years.
Come at me.
But during the time you were watching news on this case, it sounds like you did get some knowledge of the case. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, it was.
Someone, Nikki J, said, "Do you understand how case law is applied?" I do.
Okay.
Just because it was a criminal proceeding does not mean the Supreme Court ruling cannot be applied in civil matters.
And when you were asked what you knew about the defendant, Chad Daybell,
you're partly right.
That, you
Schneck, oh my God.
Trail of death. Is that correct?
Do I have to keep reading it?
Okay.
Schneck is the basis for the adage, can't yell fire in a crowd theater, which still holds today both criminally and civilly.
You were aware that he had special needs. And you described him as sweet-natured. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it was his grandfather who might have said that.
Sure.
Capitalist Mike with a check mark writes, the First Amendment protects freedom of speech from government censorship or punishment, but it doesn't shield individuals from civil liability for their speech.
Learning about a trail of death and some humanizing facts about these victims, do you think that contributed to your sense that you would lean toward guilty that you put in your questionnaire?
I think if I didn't know anything further,
okay, that's the way I would. Abe Adama says at Kerry Lake called Richard and his army of Soros attorneys bluffs. A default isn't surrender or an admission of guilt.
Just at this point.
She outmaneuvered Richard. She's telling him to put the cards on the table. That is not at all what a default is.
Okay.
A default is you lose.
Excuse this juror for cause. Thank you, sir.
So yeah, that's not at all what a default is, but thank you.
Okay. Obviously, we have to evaluate. Judge, I'm going to stipulate the 2 days.
Okay, the court's considered the responses here. I'll also agree there's a concern the burden may have shifted here where the jurors.
Under the Geneva Convention, this should be good. Under the Geneva Convention, the Guantanamo Bay detainees are afforded no rights as non-uniformed unlawful combatants. The U.S. could summarily execute everyone it captured rather than imprison them. We're not going to repatriate or mar them. Imprisonment it is.
Your questionnaire, due to some prior knowledge of the case, we'll continue to look for completely impartial jurors, and you will be excused with the sincere thanks of the court.
Uh-huh.
All right, if we could have the remaining jurors who were...
Someone tweeted, by way, the appeals court isn't stupid. If the state seized property from Trump, Trump would have a great takings case. He would not. He would not. But, you know, thanks. The stupid is real. If someone is here illegally, then they're not protected under anything. Why? Because they don't fall under the U.S. jurisdiction. Yes, they do. And the way that you know that is because if they commit a crime, you can prosecute them. If they weren't under the U.S. jurisdiction, we wouldn't be able to prosecute them. That would be what that would mean. So yes, they're under the U.S. jurisdiction. They're not citizens, so they're not protected under the Constitution. That gets a little bit more tricky. But there's case law on point. But there's a nuanced argument to be had, but this guy's not in for it. They do have to abide by our laws. That's true, because they're under the jurisdiction. But they're not protected by the Constitution. They are, at least partially. Yeah, the soft sit stuff drives me crazy. Soft sit drives me nuts. Because every word they say makes me want to die inside. I don't have any patience for the soft sits. They make me want to cause harm to myself.
Thank you. Please be seated.
She's self-repping, and she's self-repping, and she is a soft sit. I'm out. I'm out. No interest in that. Good luck. Thanks. I'm out. Bye.
If you don't mind, the first thing I could have you do is just please hold up your red card again and do that for a moment, and we'll all confirm who's remaining.
Jonathan Cardenas wrote, "Love the way you pick and choose the law. You're wrong, though. Crossing state lines illegally with an illegal firearm for vigilante activities is illegal, and of course nullifies any defense he needed later in being in the wrong place. It does not.
Having considered this,
it does not. You can, in fact, still invoke self-defense, even if you're in unlawful possession of the weapon you use.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
It does not nullify a self-defense claim.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you've now been passed for cause. We are continuing.
If a judge wasn't a mag cultist like you all, it would be. No, that's not how that works.
To have the attorneys exercise.
You might very well be guilty for the illegal possession. You might very well be guilty for the illegal transport across state lines. You may very well be guilty for a whole bunch of things. But you still have a valid self-defense claim. Thanks for playing.
Instructions on when you're going to return. While you are waiting, and some days may pass, please follow.
Yeah, what is a soft sit? A soft sit is a sovereign citizen. There are people who think that through the right combination of magic words, the law doesn't apply to them. And they have very sophisticated magic words to try to say why the law doesn't apply to them. And every time they speak, it makes me want to die.
However, you may talk to friends, family, or employees, employers, etc. about
because they're wrong in every possible way, and I don't even know where to start, so I just mostly cry.
Of the case. That way we can maintain your impartiality and have you return for the next step of the proceedings. So thank you for the time you've committed so far. That will conclude your service for today, and again, you'll be instructed on when to return. With that in mind, is this small group allowed to be released today from the state?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
From the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Followed, please rise. Thank you.
The Sov sits are brain dead. Also, not for nothing, the term sovereign citizen is inherently contradictory. I mean, I just like to point that out. As long as we're here, the term sovereign citizen is, by its definition, contradictory. A sovereign isn't a citizen.
All right, doesn't leave a whole lot
They're
of
the
time for
sovereign.
lunch, but we've got our next group scheduled at 1:30. I understand that might start a bit late if we need to.
Daryl
make
Brooks, yeah,
arrangements and
Daryl
have
Brooks was a
lunch, but
sovereign
everybody
citizen,
try to, I guess,
and
shoot
somehow
for
we
that time as
tolerated
much
it
as you can, and
for
we'll be
some
in recess
reason.
until then.
With the bot forks and the songs and the rap. What the business, what the business, what the business, yo. What the business, what the business, what the business, yo. Black's Law Dictionary. I have Black's Law Dictionary. It's right there up on my shelf. Black's Law Dictionary is a good, it's descriptive. It's not proscriptive. See, that's where they trip up. Black's Law Dictionary is decently descriptive. It is not, however, proscriptive. It is not the law unto itself. It is a decent way to look up a quick legal term. But it doesn't fully encapsulate it, and it certainly is certainly not a prescriptive definition like this is the thing. It is not the thing. Yeah, but I mean, courts cite Black Law Dictionary, so they know what they're doing, right? So it's like, yeah. Should we read more book? Should we read some from some of the Black's Law? Let's read some more stupid tweets. Marjorie Gills says women are routinely denied tubal litigations because they're too young, don't have 2 kids, or don't have a spouse. Okay. I was never allowed to have one. It wasn't until I was 37 with 3 major med conditions that I was able to get a complete hysterectomy. Imagine being glad for cancer. Well, not for nothing, but a lot of doctors are somewhat concerned that you might change your mind and they might sue you. So some of them are a little sketchy. Then this guy says, find a new doctor. If they still refuse, tell them you will get it done, even if you have to do it yourself. A doctor would rather do it than let you risk your life trying it yourself. Essentially, especially since they'd be liable. No, they are not liable if you choose to perform a surgery on yourself. That is not how that works. But thanks. At Geo Bolshi said the United States Constitution only applies to those under its jurisdiction. Yeah, okay. Illegal aliens are not under the jurisdiction of the United States. Yes, they are. Thus, they don't get constitutional protection. There's a nuanced question. There's a nuanced thing to be had there, but let's move on. So extending them the right in theory, but do not allow them to be here to exercise it. Yeah, foreign illegal immigrants are under the jurisdiction of the United States because they can be criminally charged. That's how you know that they're under jurisdiction of the United States. There is no history of women suing doctors over their voluntary and requested sterilization. Bullshit. Bullshit. What am I reading? I'm reading bad legal tweets. You're telling me that no woman has sued her doctor for a voluntary and requested sterilization because she later had a change of heart. That's never happened. Bullshit. A lot of people hear illegal immigrants, yes. Illegal aliens, no. Those are the same thing, by the way. There's no difference between the illegal immigrant and illegal alien. Illegal aliens have no constitutional rights whatsoever. That's not true. And the Constitution considers them invaders. That's definitely not true. This agenda gives them the rights from the Communist Party USA, which is in fact a real party, seeking to dissolve the U.S. Constitution. You think the Communist Party USA is the one that gives illegal immigrants rights? How's that work? You're saying it's not something that happens so frequently, it's an actual real problem? I don't know, man. I couldn't say to that. But Keith Olbermann. Trump said, now if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. He was talking about economics. Keith Olbermann said it's a terrorist threat, FBI. Detain him as he leaves the stage. After which America doesn't give a shit where you keep him. No, these are just random tweets. These are random tweets of stupid. It's not the doctor's job to decide if I'll change my mind now, informed consent. But the doctor might be concerned that if you do change your mind, you might try to sue them. Because maybe you'll try to argue somehow you didn't have informed consent somehow, or some way. So, a doctor's under no particular obligation to do anything for you. Right? They are under no particular obligation to do things. They can choose not to for any number of reasons. And their own paranoia is a valid reason as any. So. Bonnie Willis was not removed. No. The toy boy was removed. But Fonnie Willis remained, sadly. Just like a lawyer. A lawyer's not obligated to help anyone in particular, right? It's like, I don't want to do that. If a man can get a vasectomy, why can't a woman get her tubes tied? I would imagine that doctors would be concerned about men for the exact same reason. To be fair. Why make her wait and get through hoops but let him get the snip? I don't know that accurately describes doctors. I don't know if there's doctors who feel that there's a greater risk of from one side or the other. I don't know. I don't know that that's accurately describes anyone. I'm not sure. You have a right to choose who wants to treat you? Well, I have a right to ask who I want, but I have a right to make them. Men do not have to wait and jump through hoops for the procedure. It's just a fact. Okay, well, if it's just a fact, then I guess we don't have to discuss it any longer because you know the truth, so it's pointless to discuss it. So, okay. Vasectomies are reversible? Sometimes not. I forget what the reversibility rate is, but certainly not a guarantee. not sure what we were waiting for. What are we waiting for at this point? This is a lunch break. I'm not sure what we're waiting for. What are we waiting for? Are they on lunch break? Because if they're on lunch break, I want to stop. Are they done? Okay, you guys can discuss the issue with tubal ligation or whatever, because I obviously, apparently I have nothing to say on this discussion, so you guys can talk about it in chat for whatever. Worst Chief Justice? Tawny? Oh, they're on break for lunch? Okay. Alright, so they're on break for lunch, so we'll take a break. Yeah, we'll take a break. I don't know if we'll come back this afternoon or not, but we'll see. All right, we're going to take a break. Let's see if I can send you somewhere. Let's see, who's streaming? Lori Noah streaming. Recovery Addict is streaming. Lori Noah's streaming about this exact same thing. Let's go stream snipe him for a minute. Let's go stream. Let's stream snipe Lori Noah and see what he's talking about. Hopefully you won't mind.
After day one, I think they had 16 because they did 2 groups of 16, and then 4 more on day 2 because they only did a 3rd group of 16. So they've gone through, what is that, 48 jurors total, and they have 20.
Lori is going for a similar aesthetic to mine
that are basically
in terms of his setup.
Pre-qualified, so working their way to 50. So if you extrapolate that out,
Lori's got a very similar aesthetic going on.
They should have their 50.
Although he's blocked out the sun.
Next week they get to that 50, and they work through them until they pick their jury.
He has the LEDs behind his case.
I would assume they're going to have somewhere between 18 and 20 jurors that they're going to sit.
He does have a TV with his logo on. That's kind of cool,
6-ish alternates, but I don't know. I haven't heard exactly what number they are discussing. Whitney, his lawyer isn't death penalty qualified, right? How does that work? So if you're going to get a court-appointed lawyer, they have to be death penalty qualified. You can choose to waive that right. I believe he has done that in this case. Deacon, check out today's Apple River trial, please. Lots of interesting testimony. I will. I think I'm going to focus in on the wife's testimony and the spousal privilege. I haven't decided yet.
But he has the same microphone I do.
Judy, do the lawyers know that the jurors are lying?
He used to have the MV7.
They can make some assumptions.
When did he get the Shure SM7B?
We always hope the jurors are telling the truth. Marty,
he used to have this purple MV7.
Complained about the defense referring them to the prosecution in front of the jury.
I guess not.
Only one juror said she would hold the defense to the burden of why he doesn't deserve death penalty. Yet the judge
What's that in the back? Like on this
strike.
Like
interesting. I didn't see
next
that
to his YouTube button.
Exchange. I would think
it's
that
like
juror is going to
what's this golden thing that's next to his YouTube button?
Guess.
It's a little hard to see.
I don't know why the prosecution would get mad about that. The prosecutors get mad about all sorts of stuff.
And
that is in fact what they are. They like to say they represent the state, the people of the state.
He's got a couple books.
But yeah, it's not a surprise.
He's got Lady Justice and he's got
Vicky.
Maybe a hard hat or something. It's a little hard to see what's on his shelf. My shelf is much better lit than his shelf.
Francis, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. So on day 2, Nate from East Idaho News, our guy over there, is doing some good recaps. I encourage you guys to check him out. He did a recap, and I wanted to watch through to give us an idea of what this looks like and feels like when they have an issue with an individual juror they need to talk about.
So Lawyer Now is now watching someone else's YouTube channel. So now we're stream sniping Lawyer Now who's watching someone else's YouTube video. If they watch some other video, we can get very, very meta very, very fast. I'm
We're
here
gonna
for
watch
it.
the exchange together in the court with the judge and this juror and see kind of how it ends and talk about how it ends, whether somebody wants to strike this juror or not, and what that exchange is like. So we're going to take a listen to that together. The audio and video is not the best, but hey, we have audio, we have video, unlike the Lori Vallow trial. So we'll be thankful for that. And let's listen to this exchange together.
Let's listen, Peter.
And I to him now. I don't want you to have to relive the entire story, but can I ask, is he okay now?
And this, I'm sorry to interrupt here, but if this is a topic you wish to discuss not in a public forum, we can do that, or you can discuss it in a public forum. It's up to you. Okay.
If I cry and cry.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And if you change your mind at any point and would like it to talk about it privately, that's okay. So he was severely burned, is that what you were saying?
How many people does Lawyer You Know have watching him? 1,600 people are watching Lawyer You Know, man. And I only got 142. I am doing something wrong in my life. I'm not sure what it is, what I'm doing wrong.
It was over.
But Lori, You Know, it's got 1,600 people watching. I've only got 142 people watching me, man. That's rough.
Might make it difficult for you to look at
That's rough
today or during this trial.
Yes.
All right. Well, that's enough of that for now. All right. I'm going to sign off for now. I may be back this afternoon. I may not be back this afternoon. We'll see. But, yeah. All right. So, we'll see. I'm going to... He doesn't stream for 8 hours. That's true. That's true. He does stream tighter amounts at times. It's because my followers are at work, but his followers, that doesn't make any sense. Why don't I have his followers or whatever, right? Doesn't quite make sense, right, to me. All right, I'm going to sign off for now, and we'll talk later. All right, till later, my friends. Hope all's well. Bye-bye.